coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is January 11th. This is our second episode of the year, and of course, it is 2:32 in the afternoon. We're right on time, folks, and I thank you, each and every one, for joining us today. There's a lot to talk about. I know many people are still talking about and very debating intensely the shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis, Minnesota by ICE agents. Was that a justified homicide? Was that ICE being out of control? Was that the fault of Renee Good herself and other leftist activists? It's an intense conversation. We've already covered this the day after the shooting, and we spent about 3 hours talking about it then. We're going to talk a little bit more about it today, as there is even more video that has come out. And did that change anything? Having an additional angle, and now I believe there's even yet another angle on the video. There's about 5 or 6 of them. Does that change anything? We'll speak with you about that in a little bit. And of course, we're also going to be talking about what's going on in Iran. The nation is in trouble. Iran is in trouble, apparently. And was that because of Donald Trump? Is this a consequence of what we've seen under the Trump administration as the 47th president? And if so, should the United States do anything about this? How about what's going on in Greenland, where once again, we are seeing, after a year, more activity talking about Greenland. And in fact, Hakeem Jeffries just made a comment and we responded to him about Greenland. And I think you will be shocked what Hakeem Jeffries said in context of what is happening there, or what could be happening with Greenland. We're going to talk about a lot of different issues, some of them that have been slipping past people's attention, even as the nation's attention has been focused on Minnesota and Renee Good, but also what happened in Portland, where 2 individuals were shot by Border Patrol agents. That deserves to get some attention as well. So we're going to talk about all of these things, and most importantly, what do you think about these things in just a moment? Because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to be able to talk about the issues that affect each and every one of us, because it is a birthright, and it is not just something that you're allowed in America. And whether the internet overlords like it or not, whether or not any particular government likes it or not, we're going to do that as we have been doing for 9 years now. We're going to continue to have these conversations with you. And I look forward to seeing your chat, your super chat, your Rumble rants, seeing your comments on Twitter or Facebook. We're open to hear what you think, whether you agree or if you disagree with me. Let's have that conversation because that's how we improve our nation and the world. Now, that's a lot to talk about, to get ready for. And I know, excuse me one second, I'm getting, yeah, sorry, got a message from one of my clients, and I just need to double check that. So we're going to talk about all of these things in more depth than you'll get out of an ABC or CBS who have a political agenda. And I'm not saying I don't. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I will tell you what I believe are the consequences, the actions and consequences from a Republican conservative point of view. The news media also will give you a point of view, except they won't tell you that they're manipulating you. They won't tell you that they have a political agenda. They won't be honest with you in the way they're presenting the information. And I will show you what I mean about that so you can see it for yourself. And of course, at the end of the show, we will be about an hour after the show, I will be listing all of the links that we will show you during the program, during the live stream, and you'll be able to see all of the information for yourself and come to your own conclusion, because I think you're not a checkbox. You're not a checkbox. You're an intelligent adult, and you get to choose whatever you wish to choose, to think whatever you want to think, because I believe you're an individual. But we will see. So, with that said, I'm going to start off the show with some information that's kind of breaking news. Some of it is maybe not as breaking news, but it is news that I think is important, and we will see more conversation about this throughout the week as it comes up. Let me start off with something I think is, this happened on Friday here in New York, and this was in Staten Island. And we've seen this a couple of times. We've seen this in a couple of mass shootings, in fact, where we have this individual who went into a mass. This is on Staten Island. I believe it was a St. Anne's Roman Catholic Church. And an individual who is not a parishioner appeared, walked into the church, into the mass that was ongoing, and started destroying the church. Attacked the priest, destroyed some of the statues and the religious iconography, was destroying a lot of the religious items and totems there. Police appeared on the scene. They spoke with the individual who has not been released. Their name hasn't been released yet. But this individual, who we have a blurred image of, was tased. He was forcibly, or the police attempted to forcibly hold him down, and eventually they were able to get this individual to be arrested, to be handcuffed and taken out of the situation. And I found this to be quite interesting, and I think we're going to see more of this. The big question at the moment is, who is this man, this individual that we see blurred in the center here, who's fighting with two police officers, who entered into a church to destroy the church, to attack the priest. At this moment, there's no evidence saying that he attacked any of the parishioners directly, but he was attacking the church itself and its religious totems. That would tend to make someone believe that this is a grievance against Christians and or Catholics and or that specific church. It's one of those three, or a combination of those three things. Of course, this is happening in New York City under Mayor Zoran Mamdani. And I believe it was this article that highlights no, it isn't this one. But and I'll show you another article where there was a similar event. There was a shooting, one of two shootings in New York City during this same week. And the question has come up. Zoran Mamdani has said he wants to defund the police. He does not believe in the police. He wants to hire social workers to come and be involved in these kinds of events. Now, this is an event where the police were speaking to this individual. They were trying to negotiate with him to peacefully end the conflict and to, of course, he was still going to get arrested, but they were going to end this conflict as peacefully as possible. And this individual then became agitated and attacked. And then he had to be put down. Using tasers and physical force, they had to stop him. Imagine if there were social workers there. As Zoran Mamdani has promised, as he has said repeatedly for years, he wants social workers at this event. Would this have been more dangerous, more bloody? Would more people have been injured? Would there be less fear? And potentially, is this because of Zoran Mamdani? Are there individuals of various persuasions and motivations that are saying, well, Zoran Mamdani is a socialist. He doesn't believe in police. He wants to have social workers. So now is the time to take action and be violent against various groups that these individuals don't agree with, because the repercussion will be minimal. Zoran Mamdani wants to cut, as part of social justice and bail reform, he wants to cut down the amount of jail time that criminals receive. He wants to have social workers instead of police officers. Will that be better for people? Will that make New York City safer? At this moment, we have to say probably not. That it may be making things worse. The criminals believe under a Zoran Mamdani mayorship in New York City that they will have more free reign and more capability to terrorize and to harm individuals, because Zoran doesn't like police. Zoran believes in social justice. It's starting the year and telling us this may not go very well. Speaking of things that are not going well, I want to point out that there is also news out today. This is from Deutsche Welle, the German news agency, that says that Cuba is now trying to fight back. They're threatening the United States. Now, to be fair, President Trump has said that the deal that Cuba had with Venezuela, which was to share in oil and in revenues, that's being cut off. Now that the United States has taken over Venezuela, and even the current interim government in Venezuela admits that Donald Trump, the United States, have control of that nation. It is essentially a territory of the United States de facto, if not by law, but by all actions. We are in control. And we know that Exxon and Chevron are now reinvigorating. They're already making plans to go down to Venezuela to improve the oil production capabilities and to start pumping oil as quickly as possible, literally within weeks, if not a few short months, to be able to get oil production and to increase, not just have oil production back at the levels under the Venezuelan dictator Maduro, but to increase production by at least 50%. That means more money for Venezuela, more money for the United States. That means that the people of Venezuela have more money to spend on basic health care, to be able to feed their people, to treat their children with vaccines for measles and mumps and rubella that have gone rampant throughout the nation, to be able to help the people feed themselves rather than kill and slaughter zoo animals. So this is important. But part of the process is also to cut off other socialist nations like Cuba that are dependent on Venezuela for oil and for money to be able, and that is a drain on the revenues of the Venezuelan people. They don't have excess money to spend on Cuba. They just don't have it. The Venezuelans need it for themselves. Forget about the Cuban nation. And so Donald Trump has made it clear. under the U.S. rule of the territory for the time being, which is temporary, a couple of years, that Cuba will no longer get oil, which they desperately need. And there are no really friendly nations to Cuba in Central and South America. The United States is not friendly to them. So there's not a lot of sources that they can get oil from, and definitely not cheaply, like Venezuela was providing because they were both socialist nations. So this bodes badly for the Cuban government and may, in fact, cause Cuba to have a revolution, something that many Cubans have been trying to foment for, 50 years now? They've been trying to get this done. And we may see that taking shape within the next year or two. These things take a little time, but we could see this economic pressure, which is inadvertent. It's not necessarily about Cuba, but it's a consequence of Venezuela that could topple the socialist government in Cuba. And God knows what that would look like. But, oh, wait a minute, I'm not sharing the right page. I apologize. Here it is for you. And again, this is the Deutsche Welle news article on this, which came out today. And one of the things I thought that was really interesting about this is the quote here. So Cuba's trying to say that Venezuela was fine as it was under Nicolas Maduro, an internationally recognized dictator who allowed his people to starve, allowed basic common diseases to run rampant throughout his nation, and caused the exodus of about 9 million Venezuelans who, as refugees, ran to any and every country around the world, throughout South America, Central America, into the United States, Spain. They just abandoned their homeland because they couldn't survive. And Cuba said, well, no, that was fine. That should stay as it was. That was okay because they were socialists. And Cuba was benefiting from that socialism by getting oil and money. And I thought it was really funny because when Donald Trump on Truth Social came out and said that he was going to cut off Cuba, there were some people, don't know who, but some in the chat, in the public comments of that social media, said then, well, Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State for the United States, he is the descendant of Cuban parents who were born in Cuba. Marco Rubio was born in the United States in Florida. And so Marco Rubio is a citizen, but he's also a first-generation immigrant, or child of immigrants. And so Marco Rubio, some of the individuals were saying on social media that Marco Rubio should become the president of Cuba, assuming that there is a regime change, that the people in Cuba revolt against the socialism that has oppressed them. And when I say that Cuba has been oppressed, the technological advancements in Cuba are 1957. They have not moved forward in the world in terms of technology, in terms of developments. They have not improved since about the technology level of about 1960, and we're currently in 2025. I consider that to be oppressive. I consider that to be restrictive. But it is also very consistent in what we have seen in socialist nations. Socialist nations, when they become socialists, tend to freeze any kind of development or advancement at that moment. So if you were in the 1950s and you become a socialist nation, your nation doesn't really advance from the 1950s. If you're in the 2000s, you pretty much stay at that level. Now, one of the exceptions to that, we've seen in China, we've seen in Russia, and also in North Korea, is that the socialist nations will advance their military to a degree. More so, we've seen that with China than we did in the Soviet Union or in North Korea. They will advance their military at the cost of developing their economy, at the cost of developing their health care, at the cost of helping the public they will advance their military prospects and nothing else. And everything else falls apart. And that, of course, is very exclusive and not generally beneficial to the public at large. So I found it interesting. Marco Rubio, president of Cuba. Could you imagine that? And that is a potential outcome, one of the consequences that might be a result of Venezuela coming under U.S. control and converting back into a capitalist government, a government that believes in market values, that is able to reignite its economy through oil and gold that they have available by redeveloping their infrastructure and again regaining some of the stature that Venezuela had before they became a communist nation. It would be very interesting. Now, of course, history may say this is a direct consequence of the so-called Don Roe Doctrine or Donald Trump's interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine going back to 1823. But and I think that history would say, well, these are the logical consequences. If Cuba is to fall, this would be a logical consequence of U.S. actions in Venezuela. But I don't think you'll see the mainstream news media today say that Cuba's downfall was because of Donald Trump. They'll say it's everything and anything else but. And they will demonize it and say this is a bad thing, when I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. But it will be tumultuous, to say the very least. I find it interesting. But I leave it to you guys. And I'll put this in the comments, and I'm happy to see what everyone else thinks. But give me a second to type this out. There we go. Okay. So let me show that comment. Oh, there we go. So do you think that if Cuba, the socialist dictatorship of Cuba, if that falls, would that be because of be as a consequence of Donald Trump and his Trump administration, their actions with Venezuela, and the pressure, economic pressure in particular, put onto Cuba? Let me further ask, do you think the United States should invade Cuba? Should we depose the Cuban socialist dictatorship that has existed for some 50 years? Should America finally take action against the socialists that are just off of the coast of Florida? Is that something America should do? No one's really asked that question in quite some time. We know under JFK that America was considering that in 1968, the Bay of Pigs. We did that badly at that time. But now is a very different environment. And we've seen that the Trump administration is capable of pinpoint accuracy in terms of bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities, in terms of going into Venezuela, taking Maduro and removing him from that country. With that kind of pinpoint precision, should the United States topple the Cuban government and remove the majority influences of socialism in the Western Hemisphere? Is that something that America should do, or is it something America should not do? No one's asking you that question. I'm willing to ask you that. And we have an international audience. I know there are people who are watching this program from 100 different countries. I want to hear what you have to say. Do you think that would be colonizing by the United States? Would that necessarily be a negative thing by the United States? If the United States were to cause the collapse of the Cuban socialism and were able to reinvent or reignite the economy of Cuba by U.S. investing in a post-socialist Cuba and raise the quality of life for the Cuban people, reintroduce them to the world in general, which they have been largely isolated from, would that be a good thing or a bad thing for Cuba? What do you think? You may have a different opinion than I do. I want to hear what you have to say about that. So, but I do think it is funny to see that it would be very funny that if Cuba were to fall and to choose to become a Commonwealth of the United States, kind of like Puerto Rico, and to see Marco Rubio step down as Secretary of State to become the president of Cuba. That would be interesting. It's not impossible. I think that would generally be a positive thing. And I think given that option, I think that Marco Rubio would, in fact, take that opportunity, that he would go to Cuba and become the president of Cuba as a Commonwealth of the United States. But I'm more than willing to hear what you think about that, how you feel about it. And trust me, folks, you can leave your comments, by the way. As you can see, every week we are open to hear your comments. You don't have to send a super chat. You don't have to do a Rumble rant, although if you do, trust me, it's greatly appreciated. I need the money. I'm poor. And so it would be greatly appreciated. It would help us immensely. But even so, you can always just leave a chat on Facebook, on X, on YouTube, Rumble. You can leave your comments, and we will always be happy to hear your comments, and we will largely go over your comments as quickly as we can. So that's some of the breaking news out there. Let me address something else in the comments that I think is kind of important. Bear with me one second. Oh, family. Why is my family sending me a message while I'm on live? They know better than this. They know I'm live right now. Anyway, that being said, I think this is also important to talk about. So again, these are events. This isn't breaking news per se, but can't speak now. This did just come out earlier today. This is from Simon Ateba. Now, Simon Ateba is a recognized news journalist for the continent of Africa. He represents several African nations and the coverage of the United States for Africa. He's a respected international journalist. Now, Simon Ateba has an account on X, like many journalists do, and sometimes he is very propagandist for the left. Not always, not consistently, but sometimes he is. He lets his personal politics shine through in the questions that he's asking or the situation he is covering. One such example is this clip that he put up. It's a repost of a TikTok video, apparently by Hannah B. Silveira. Now, he titles this as "Heartbreaking. American woman now forced to leave the United States to stay married because of Donald Trump's crackdown on immigration." Donald Trump is following the law. This is important to understand. Donald Trump is following U.S. law, which was written and voted on by Democrats and Republicans alike. This is the law of the land. Donald Trump is only doing what the president's supposed to do: enforce existing law. He didn't create new powers. These are powers that are already existing. It's just that Democrats have never enforced it. Not under Biden, not under Obama. They just didn't enforce these laws, but they existed. I want you to think about this before I show you the video itself, and I will show you the video in its fullness so you can see this. He says a woman is being forced to leave the United States. A U.S. citizen is being forced to leave America. I want you to keep that in your mind as you watch this video. The claim by the news media, internationally recognized, and also in this video by this woman, it is apparently Hannah, that she is being forced to leave the United States. Let's actually see what she has to say. So I'll play the video for you.
My husband and I finally made the difficult decision to leave the United States. It was not an easy decision, and it came from a lot of conversations. But we finally realized we're fighting to stay somewhere that not only is he unwanted, but we're fighting to stay in a place that's just falling apart more and more each day. And
okay, I want to stop right there. So she married an individual, her husband, and they made a decision to leave the United States. So she's not being forced. This is a choice. This is a choice that her family, her and her husband, have made. No one made her do this. She is not leaving. So automatically, we know that Simon Ateba, the news agencies that are covering this, have a political bias. They are lying to your face. She has not been forced to do anything. Donald Trump, the Trump administration, MAGA, Republicans, however you want to word it, no one has come to her and said, get out this country. No one has said that. This is the decision she and her husband made. So automatically, you know that you are being, this is propagandized. And this is her problem, not America's problem. This is not an issue for America. This is her personal issue. But let's hear what else she has to say about this.
becoming an unrecognizable place.
It's unrecognizable because she doesn't like what America has done. Okay, well, I could say the same thing under the Obama administration. I could say the same thing under the Biden-Harris administration. I didn't like what America was becoming, what we were transforming into. You remember, we were told under Obama that America will transform. We just weren't told what was it transforming into. And when we got to see the result, when we were faced with the reality, a lot of people didn't like that. Kind of like what we're seeing with Zoran Mamdani right now. He promised to transform New York City. Now, in that case, we at least knew what he was transforming into, socialism. So many people had the chance to vote against that. But again, if you didn't like what Zoran Mamdani was going to do, you could move out of New York City. And many people did. You could move out of New York State. But no one's forcing you to do that. And no one forced this woman to leave America. That's her choice. Okay, let's go on.
My husband came here to study English and to be part of, everything the United States had to offer, which...
Okay, her husband came from an unnamed country. He is a foreigner. He is on a student visa. By her own statement, he came to America as a student to take advantage of the education and capabilities in America that weren't available in his own country. Don't know what country it is. Could be England, could be Afghanistan, could be Canada. Don't know, don't care. But he, whatever it was, wherever he came from, he could not get the same education and the same opportunities in his nation as here in America. And so he was allowed the privilege, not a right, not an obligation. He was given the privilege to come to America. And he, as a student, got an education. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. Good for him. And during that process, he found his soulmate, his wife. Good for him. I'm happy for him. They have a great family. The wife knew that he is a student visa, that is a temporary permission to be in America. And on top of that, she never mentions her husband never went through the process to become an American citizen. So he never intended to stay in America. He was here to take advantage of America and to leave. At some point, he was going to go back to his home country or some other country in the world. So he was here to take advantage of America and then leave. His wife knew that he was on a time limit. He could not stay in America. It's not an option for him. He could have tried to become an American citizen. He chose not to. He did not want to be an American citizen. He did not want to stay in America. So that's very important to understand. This is someone who is taking advantage of America and who had no intention to be American. Oops. Damn it. I hate when I do that. Let me bring that back up. I hate when I knock over my microphone. All right. So where do we leave?
Came from a lot of
Okay.
difficult decision to leave the United States. It was not an easy decision, and it came from a lot of conversations. But we finally realized we're fighting to stay somewhere that not only is he unwanted, but we're fighting to stay at a place that's just falling apart more and more each day and becoming an unrecognizable place. My husband came here to study English and to be part of everything the United States had to offer, which was a better life. The irony.
So he came to America for a better life, but he didn't want to be an American citizen. So it was temporary. Again, this is someone who's taking advantage of the system, taking advantage of the opportunities, and it was always temporary. And she chose to marry him knowing it was temporary and that he had no intention of long-term staying in America. He had no intention of becoming American. That's under Obama. That's under Biden. It's under the left. It doesn't matter. He had no intention. So this is temporary. And she made that choice knowing this information. It's important why I say this again. Let's see.
Let me tell you a few things that I'm also forfeiting as a U.S. citizen.
Now we're going to hear about her selfish needs. This is about her. By the way, I don't care. This woman, her needs are not the needs of America. Her needs are not the concern of me or you or anyone else. So now she's trying to make an emotional plea to you to take her side and to help her position. This is very selfish. This is very much, it's a self-centered point of view that she has an issue, so you should have to be concerned about her issue. And it's an issue she chose to have. She didn't have to be in this position. She didn't have to have this problem. She chose it. These are the consequences, and it's now your problem. According to her, you have a problem. Okay, let's hear it.
That our country fights so hard to protect their interest. I am now forced to go live in another country.
She is not forced to do anything. She has not been forced to go to another country. Her husband, who was on a student visa, could ask to get a green card. They could ask to become a naturalized citizen. They could take actions, take steps to be in America permanently. They chose not to. She had an option, knowing that this was an eventuality, that if he did not want to become an American citizen or to stay in America permanently, that she would have to choose to either leave America or to stay in America and essentially divorce her husband. That is her choice, her problem, not America's problem, not your problem, not my problem. That's on her. Those are consequences of her choices. And that's a decision she made. No one kicked her out of the country. No one asked her to leave. And apparently, she's telling us that her husband is not illegally in America, which I doubt. It sounds like that he overstayed his student visa, and therefore he is an illegal alien, and he is afraid he's going to be deported permanently. So he's trying to get out of Dodge before he gets caught so that he could re-enter the United States at some future time. That's what it sounds like. But right now, she's telling us about her problems. And somehow that's your problem, and it's not. Let's go on.
Just to preserve my marriage. This comes with leaving my family behind, leaving my law license behind that took me years and years to get. I'm not licensed, obviously, in another country, so I have to find an entirely new profession and start over entirely.
Well, you're not starting over entirely. You have a husband. Your husband has presumably a degree. That's why he came to America. And he has an education and experience. This woman is supposedly, she's a lawyer. Okay. So you have qualifications and capabilities. You're not starting over at zero. And again, this is your choice. You knew this was coming. This has nothing to do with about America. This has to do with this woman's personal choices and her personal problems. This isn't U.S. policy stopping her. This isn't anyone imposing their will on her. These are her problems that she didn't think through because she didn't think it would be important. Well, it is important, and now she's living with the consequences. Okay, go on.
Being a disabled veteran, someone who broke their back and both of their hips in the military, I am now forced to forfeit my personalized care plan that I have worked the last decade to develop with my physicians.
So she got an education. So she got the GI Bill and she used it successfully. She was a veteran who got injured. Okay. So she's a woman. She's got experience and she's a veteran. Fantastic. No one told her to give up anything. No one took this away from her. She's giving it up. Oh, well, she's a veteran. She's not going to be able to get health care because she went to another country voluntarily. She stayed in America, and as she told you, she worked out her program, worked out her health care needs, and the United States is helping her because she is a veteran and she has earned that help. Okay, I have no problem with that. I absolutely am an advocate for our veterans. But she's choosing to go to another country. She's giving up the benefits that we are giving her. It's not that she isn't getting the benefits, she is. So she is stable. She has a career. She has the health care she needs. No one's taking that from her. She's giving all of that up. But it's your fault. It's your problem. Okay, let's go on.
I have medications that I take on a daily basis, and the VA does not ship them out of the country.
Not the responsibility of the VA to do that. You will go to another country. That other country may have those medications, and you will pay for them in that country when you get a job in that other country, the way that other country deals with it. That's part of your choice and your decision to go with your husband to a foreign country. You decided that. This is not the problem of the VA.
This also just means that our kids will not really have a relationship with my family.
Not our problem. Now, your family could also go and visit you in this foreign country if they choose to. And if they don't have to. That's not a problem for me or America. No one's saying your kids, which are American citizens, can't come back to America anytime they want. Sure they can. No one's saying that your family can't travel to whatever country it is you're going to. They can. No one's stopping them. No one's stopping you from visiting America as much as you want, as much as you can afford, anytime you want. You have an American passport. So no one's restricting this woman, but yet it's your problem. This is your issue. This is an issue for America being promoted by the news media saying, isn't this terrible? And my answer is, no, it's not. It's not a problem. It's not heartbreaking. This isn't an issue. But they want you to vote a certain way. They want you to think in a certain way. And it makes me, and listening to her, I just keep getting this feeling that her husband was on a student visa. He overstayed that student visa, as does some 7 to 10% of student visa holders, which means he's an illegal alien and he's about to be deported. That's what I think this is about. She's mad because the inevitable, her husband being found as an illegal alien, is about to be deported, and now she has to deal with the consequences of what she chose to do, marry him and have children. That's no one else's problem, no one else's fault but her own. But she doesn't want to take accountability for her own decisions. It's now your fault.
How did we get to a place where like the destruction, the waterfall of destruction is just so normalized?
What destruction? These were all your choices. No one has forced you to do any of this. You made those choices. You made those decisions. No one has forced them on her.
I can't stress enough how much I'm not trying to make this about me as much.
Yes, she has done nothing but make this about her. It is completely selfish. It is completely self-centered. And it has nothing to do with U.S. policy on illegal aliens, which is already long-held law. It has nothing to do with the enforcement of the law. This is all about her personal problem. That's on her. And we're supposed to think, oh no, oh, how heartbreaking. No, it's not. It's a choice. You made choices based on on the consequences of other choices that she made. This has got nothing to do with America. Nothing.
Much as I'm trying to shed light for those who truly don't get it yet. You should care that you're.
Oh, you don't get it. You just don't understand that when she made a choice, that the consequences of that choice, well, that's your problem. It's your fault that she has to live with the consequences of her decisions. She married a foreigner who did not want to be in America. She had children with a foreigner who overstayed his visa and became an illegal alien, and she knew it. She is now having to move because she wants to keep her husband, and she's taking her kids with her, to a foreign nation where she will not get the benefits and the quality of life that she has here in America, because she chose that. And it's your fault.
Fellow citizens are now being forced to leave the country.
No one has been forced to do anything.
To stay married. That's where we've gotten. And if that's okay with you, what the hell?
Yes, it's okay with me because that's called freedom. And freedom has consequences. Choices have consequences. You had all the information in front of you. She had every single opportunity to decide at any point to make whatever choice she thought was best. These are her choices and her consequences alone. It has nothing to do with America. It has nothing to do with American law. And I don't feel bad for her, but she wants you to feel bad. You evil, mean person. You don't feel like giving her everything you have. You are not having her feelings. I don't need her feelings. I didn't make those choices. I didn't force her to have those choices. She did. This is all on her. Let's let her finish up, though.
To stand 10 toes down behind this administration and to support them at the expense of your fellow citizens.
This isn't at the expense of anyone. She is not being punished. Not in any way, shape, or form. These are consequences of her decision and her decisions alone.
Should cause alarm bells. You should not be able to rationalize that.
It's not rational. I'm not rationalizing. I'm not trying to justify it. It is what it is. These are facts. This is absolute. And the fact is, she's going to go to another country where she will not have the same quality. It's just dawned on her. That's what I think this video is. She has just realized she will not have the freedom that she has in America. She will not have the quality of life that she has in America. She will not have the options that she has in America. And this is all because she made decisions. She made, these are the consequences of her choices in her life that she was free to make. And now that she realizes this is going to be devastating to her and to her family, well, she doesn't like it. So she has to blame someone else. Like many on the left, it's someone else's fault that she has to go through these hardships that she chose to have. And that is very important. But let's hear her out.
This is not as simple as some people are making it out to be.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You know, this will easily become a channel of watching us start over from scratch.
I don't care. Now, some people may want to watch you. It's like the housewives of wherever the hell. Lots of people like to watch a car crash on an episodic version. People like to watch people fail online. And so people may watch her completely fall apart and rebuild her life. And maybe she will be incredibly successful. Good for her. Maybe she will go to this foreign nation and she will become a lawyer in that country and she will be able to raise her kids and she'll be able to be super rich and they'll have the same quality of life as here in the United States, which she doesn't believe, nor do I. And people may watch this happen and see how she screws up and all of the things that she no longer gets to have, how she's going to live without medication because that foreign country isn't going to give her medication because she was a U.S. Army veteran. They're not going to give her anything for that. She's not going to get any benefits for that. The government, the foreign country she goes to, they're not going to give her benefits because she used to be an American soldier or that her back is broken. They're not going to care. They're not going to care that she's a woman. They're not going to care. And they shouldn't. That's their country. Those are their rules. And she will live with that because that's what she's choosing. Go on.
I've got to find a new job in a country where I need to learn how to speak the fluent language. And
oh, you don't even know the language? You married a guy whose primary language isn't American English or apparently English at all. So you have to learn this foreign language. That was a choice, chick. And you knew when you were talking to your husband, are we going to stay in America or are we going to leave? You knew that if you left, you had to learn a new language. Not my fault. Not my problem. Learn the new language. You made the choice. You should be online telling people about how great this program or that program is in teaching you this new language. That's what you should be doing. Saying, you know what? If you go online and you take this course of study, this will help you learn a new language because I have to do that. Or don't use that program because it doesn't work. It's not effective for the money that you're going to spend. That's what she should be wasting her time on TikTok doing. But instead, she's saying it's your fault. This is your fault. No, it's not. No, don't even try that bull. It's not.
Uproot everything I know.
And it's selfish. How many times is she saying that she has to do something? It's all about her. She keeps saying, I have to do this. I'm being forced. I'm making these consequences are affecting her. Who cares? That's not America's problem at all.
Because I fell in love with an immigrant.
Good for you. I'm okay with that. And by the way, you didn't fall in love with an immigrant. You fell in love with a foreigner, period, full stop, who happened to have a student visa. That doesn't make him an immigrant. A student visa is not immigration. So she's lying to you. Again, she's playing on your emotions. See, he's just an immigrant and Trump is being so mean. No, he was here as a student visa. He was never meant to be here permanently. It was always meant to be temporary. And if he overstayed his visa, permission to be in America, he's a criminal. Period. Full stop. And you, knowing this, married him. That's your problem, not mine. Not mine, not America's.
Stay tuned for our journey and watch me pack up my entire house.
Okay. Lots of people pack up their houses for a lot of more serious issues than yours. You get to take your law degree. You get to take your life savings. You get to, presumably you own your house or maybe you're renting. You get to sell whatever you need to sell, take the money and go over to a foreign country and you are starting off better than everyone in that foreign country. Your husband has been educated internationally, which is something that is a demand. That means he's got an edge in getting a job in his foreign country. You are an American citizen with an education. You have an advantage against women in other countries. You get to take whatever savings you have and apply that. And American dollars versus most other nations in the world, American dollar is way stronger. So you have a better starting base than most of the people in this other country. You have advantages in this situation. And you're bitching and moaning to the rest of America about, oh, and you're going to see me pack up your stuff. So there are people, a guy next door to me, my apartment building, a guy who lived in the apartment building next to me, he got an eviction notice. Now, mind you, this guy was living in his ex-girlfriend's apartment without paying rent. He was there for 6 months. He had to leave. Am I sorry for him? Do I feel bad? No, it's a consequence of his decisions, and most of his decisions were bad. He deserved to be kicked out. But no one's crying about that. Why am I going to cry about you?
Alone, because I'm also robbed of any help in this process.
No, you're not. Your family can come and help you pack up your stuff. Your family can store your stuff in America, or they can mail it to whatever foreign country you're going to. You're not alone. You have options. You just want us to feel bad. And I'm not going to give you a dime for this.
Because my husband will be in ICE detention until the time that they drive him from the facility to the airport.
And there it goes. She dropped the penny. At the end of all of this, she tells you what I guessed at the beginning. He was here on a student visa. He overstayed his visa, which made him an illegal alien and a criminal. And she knew it. She married him. She had kids with him, knowing that he is a criminal. And at any time, he could be stopped by immigration officials and deported from America. And he did eventually get caught. So they didn't make a choice. No, she started this with, I made a choice. No, you didn't. You didn't talk with your husband and say, gee, let's leave America. You made a choice to marry a illegal alien. He got caught. And now you're going to go with him. He has no option in this. This is also why he can't come back. So you just dropped the penny here. He's a criminal. As I would have guessed at the beginning of this, he is a criminal. And you are suffering the consequences of your choice to be with that criminal. I have zero pity.
Is America great?
Yes, America is, because you still have options, my dear. You can still stay in America if you want to. You can still raise your kids in America if you want to. You can go to that foreign country and come back to America if you want to. You have a lot of choices. You've just been making really poor choices along the way.
I have yet to see it.
What? You have yet to see it? Wait until you get to the new country where women aren't treated like men. And if you think there's sexism in America, I can't wait to see what kind of sexism you're going to learn about everywhere else in the world. You're a white woman probably going to a nation that isn't white. So I'm pretty sure you're going to learn about racism like you've never experienced it in your entire life. Ha ha. You think America's bad? Wait till you be overseas. I have lived overseas. And I don't mean a vacation. I have lived overseas in Russia for 1.5 years. Yeah, you're going to see in a heartbeat how great it is to be in America and how high the quality of life is versus where you're going. And you were getting all kinds of benefits. America's not great. They're just giving you a GI Bill so you go to college. They're just paying for your medical bills and your medical needs because you were an American soldier. But America's not great. No one else is going to give you that stuff. You're about to learn that. Okay. So, and her name is Hannah. Oh my God, she pisses me off. Okay. This is the attitude that we have to deal with now. Hannah is obviously on the left. But let me see what you guys thought. As we were going through this, I know there were some comments. I'm going to go over the comments now. Maybe people agreed with me. Maybe you disagreed with me. Maybe you thought that I was being the bad guy here. Maybe. Oh God, you guys had a lot of comments about this. Okay. So, user has been banned says the PR firms or news agencies are lying. It's a day ending in Y. That's funny. But to be fair, Simon Ateba is an internationally recognized reporter for several African countries. So he is legit. He is a legit journalist, but he's also politically, he has a preference. He has a major political preference, as you can see. That's why he's pushing out this Twitter article saying, isn't it heartbreaking? No, it's not. Let's see. User has been banned, says a woman is crying. Quick, throw out the Constitution. That's what she's hoping you'll do. Dow says, I think as long as these areas have hope that Trump specifically is willing to back their attempt to gain momentum, they will choose to oust their failing governments. Hong Kong made the same appeal. Okay, I think Dow is speaking about what's happening with Venezuela and Cuba at this time. Okay. Let's see here. Users been banned says, what we need to ask is why this woman thinks like this, why they have such delusional views of how things work. It's because schools and parents failed her. Civics classes really don't exist and are taught, he goes on to say, by communist academics who are internationalists. It's true. This woman has no idea. She's like, America's not great. They did nothing great for me. Again, they gave you a GI Bill. They're helping to take care of your medical needs. You're getting paid by the government to help deal with the issues you have. You have a solid career. You're treated as an individual whose voice matters. As a woman, you don't get that in other countries. You just don't. But she's about to learn all about all of that. And she thinks that this is stuff that she's going to get in this new country. No, she's not. Oh my God. No, she's not. She's in for a rude awakening. User says, she thought if an illegal alien got married, that makes them a citizen. And she doesn't want to face the consequences of her own ignorance. I can't say she thought that he would be, she says she's a lawyer. So she should know, and she should have been fully aware that if he is caught in America, he was going to get deported. She, as a lawyer, knew, by the way, this is something that can get her disbarred. For those who don't know, if a lawyer commits a crime or aids someone in committing a crime, they are culpable. They will lose their law license for allowing or being an accessory to a crime. Her husband was committing a crime. She knew that crime was happening, and she allowed it and enabled that crime to happen. She needs to be disbarred from whatever state she's in. She is de facto a criminal as well. She aided and abetted an illegal alien in being in America. That's a crime. She can't be a lawyer. She should be disbarred. Now, you may say, Mike, that's too much. That's what the law that she studied, that she has taken a degree. She spent the money. She went through the bar exam, apparently, to become a lawyer. She knows the risk she took. She knew that if he ever gets caught, she would lose her license because she is aiding and abetting a criminal in the commission of an ongoing crime. She needs to be disbarred. Hannah, you should lose your job. You should lose your law license. You have forfeited. You have admitted to the public that you are aiding and abetting criminals. She didn't think of that. I guarantee you, she did not think. She's a lawyer and did not think, when I admit that I'm helping a criminal break the law, I will lose my law license if anyone ever found out. And now she went out and voluntarily told people, hey, I'm breaking the law. Take away my law license. She's stupid. What college, where did she go to school that they didn't tell her this very basic lesson? Oh my God, she's so stupid. Let me see here. Dow says, because like many people today, she believes that her choices are the only choices that matter, and the nation must acquiesce to her choices because that is freedom. Yes, She thinks freedom is about what is good for her. That anything that benefits her is good and is free. That's the definition of freedom, to benefit her. She's very insanely selfish. It's just not, it's crazy. User says, this is pretty funny though. It is funny. It is. A couple of the pauses, user liked that. It was showing off the fact that she has a smug look on her face. Dal has responded and says, she has freedom, but doesn't really know what that means or how to wield that the responsibility that comes with freedom. She's about to learn hard and fast. I tell you, there was nothing that woke me up to. Let me say it this way. Okay. When I was in the United States Marines. My father was a Marine before me. He served in Vietnam. He volunteered and went to Vietnam to fight for this nation. Cost him immensely, mentally and physically. I joined the Marines because I thought America was going to go into war in the Middle East. I was kind of right. Off a couple of years, but I was right. And I can say that I loved America. I still love America. It wasn't until I went to the Soviet Union, when I was in Moscow back in 91, I suddenly was made aware instantly of the difference in quality of life and the difference of freedom. Not only for me being an American in America, but being an American in then Soviet Russia, the Soviet Union, and living and seeing the quality of life that the other people around me had to live, how the other Muscovites had to live. They didn't have the money that I had. They didn't have the option to walk into an embassy just by showing my passport at any given moment, and I could escape that quality of life. They had no idea what it was to really deal with a McDonald's or with a Pizza Hut. They had no idea what it was to have the kind of the options on clothing like I had, or to be able to go into a store at any given moment and buy anything that I want because I wanted to, and I had the money to be able to do that. They didn't have those experiences. Suddenly, I got to see what it was to be in a socialist nation 70 years on, 70 years of socialism, and I got to see that, and I had the option to leave at any moment that I wanted to. And Moscow, by the way, was the high end of the quality of life. Then I went to Tbilisi in Soviet Russia and Georgia, otherwise known as Gruzia, and I went into Tbilisi and I got to see the quality of life there, which was several degrees worse than the quality of life in Moscow. And I got to see how that was. I was in Riga in Latvia, and I got to see the quality of life there. All of that substantially, significantly lower qualities of life and less capability than in America. And there was no upward mobility at that time. None whatsoever. And I got to see that only because I lived in a foreign country. It's one of the big differences between me and talking about socialism that I often do on this channel. I've lived in a socialist nation for a year and a half. Almost every single American that's talking about socialism has never lived in a socialist nation. They may have visited for a week. They may have been on a government-sponsored tour, but they have never actually lived every day in and out on their own in that foreign nation. I have. That's why I can tell you how bad socialism is on a day-to-day basis and why there's so many lies hidden by these socialists, American socialists, these champagne socialists like Zoran Mamdani, like AOC, like the Democratic Socialists of America. They lie because they don't know what happens when socialism kicks in. I've seen it. I've lived it. Let's see. Dow says, for struggle sessions and the American version of Soviet Chinese Communist Party style revolution. Yeah, it's incredible. Well, folks, I'm only telling you the truth. And that's the TikTok version. I saw that and I had to say, I can't believe this. I can't believe that this woman is that delusional and that selfish and that self centered. It's amazing to me. And she has a law degree. She knows better. She knew what she was doing. She knew the consequences of her action. She just didn't think anyone would do it to her. And that's her problem because she's being held accountable for her choices in breaking the law. By the way, Hannah, if anyone ever forwards this to you and you think, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. I will put you on live. I will give you want to speak for 12 hours? Let's have a 12-hour discussion on this if you want to. I will give you the opportunity to respond to me live, unedited. I'll go on TikTok, or you can come here with me on all the platforms that I cover, and let's have this discussion in front of the public and really go through your choices. Let's have that conversation. I'm more than willing to do so. More than willing to do it. But that brings me to yet another insane moment. Also brought to you from X. This is from Hakeem Jeffries himself. This is Hakeem Jeffries, his his Twitter page. Hakeem Jeffries. It's his official page. So it's not some made up account. This is the representative Hakeem Jeffries, the minority speaker for the House. Hakeem Jeffries says, Republican extremists, I guess that would be me. Republican extremists. So he's saying if you following only applies, if you believe in this, you're an extremist. Republican extremists are obsessed with Greenland. Republican extremists are obsessed with Greenland. What does any of this have to do with making Americans' lives better? According to Hakeem Jeffries, member of the Congress of the United States, the minority speaker for the House of Representatives for Democrats, says that Greenland has nothing to do with the quality of life in America. This man is beyond stupid. How he is a member of Congress, I don't understand. I do. He's a Democrat. That's the answer. But this is how ignorant and it has to either be that Hakeem Jeffries is either incredibly ignorant or he's being absolutely deceptive. It's one or the other. He's lying to people or he's stupid. It's one or the other. And I know some people say, Mike, he's a member of the House of Representatives. He can't be stupid. He was elected. Elections do not make you smarter. Many of the members of Congress on the left or the right, Republicans and Democrats alike, the majority of them have an IQ at about 99. Okay? And winning the election did not add 10 points to their IQ. They don't suddenly gain intelligence through votes. The more people that vote for them, the smarter they become. That isn't how it works. If they were an idiot before they got elected, they're still an idiot after they got elected. Case in point, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar. And of course, here comes Hakeem Jeffries. He's just as dumb as he was before he got elected. And he's trying to tell you, this has been an issue for an entire year. He said this today. Yesterday, January 10th. He said this January 10th, and it's stupid. For an entire year, the Trump administration has been trying to work out a deal for the rare earth minerals in Greenland. And Donald Trump has made it explicitly clear to the public in many interviews and in correspondence with various levels of government, why is America interested in Greenland? Well, one, it's national security. Because we need to protect America's northern northern access. So missiles coming from China over the north, not the Atlantic, the Arctic, that's it, the Arctic ice caps, so that we would have early warning systems and so that we could not be invaded from the Arctic regions into America. That's one reason. Is that a strong reason? No, it's not the strongest reason in the universe, but it is an reason or a reason. The real reason and the main primary reason that has been repeated each and every time is it is about the rare earth minerals, as I have covered on this channel several times throughout the last year. Rare earth minerals are essential for the future for every country on the planet of Earth. And if you are like Hakeem Jeffries and you believe in the eco-fanatical idea about global warming or global change, whatever you want to call it these days, and you believe that we need solar panels and windmills and electric batteries, then you believe we need rare earth metals. You cannot make solar panels or wind turbines or geothermal or any of the renewable energy systems. All of them require rare earth minerals. All of the batteries that are being made for the electric vehicles require rare earth minerals. Computers, cell phones, tablets all require many of the rare earth minerals. AI requires rare earth minerals. So if you want the same quality of life as we have right now, in even 5 years into the future, America must have access to rare earth minerals. That is a fact. 80% of the rare earth minerals are under the control of China. That's a fact. China went back under the Obama administration, 2010 to about 2016. The Obama administration had the opportunity to make deals with Africa as we were starting to get into this green movement, the whole idea of the renewable energy. We realized that was part of the future in some way, shape, or form. And Obama had the chance to go and make deals with the various African nations that have these rare earth minerals. And he didn't. But China did. And China, when Obama failed to make any deals with any of the African nations for rare earth metals, and instead Obama said, hey, no worry, we're going to be a service economy rather than being a manufacturing economy. We'll just buy the rare earth metals from these African nations. That was the Obama administration's idea. China went in, they made deals with all of these rare earth mineral countries throughout Africa and their own, and they got contracts and said, okay, we control who gets to buy the rare earth minerals. And that means that China can turn it off at any given moment. That means all the solar panels, all the wind turbines, goodbye. All the electric vehicles, goodbye. Your computers, AI, goodbye. National security, goodbye. It's all up to how the Chinese Communist Party feels at any given moment. Because Obama didn't think about the future. Obama didn't think through his policy. And that's a problem. And like Hakeem Jeffries, he's now trying to tell you you're too dumb to understand, that you just don't get it. That, no, this is important. Yes, it is. It is massively important. Is it going to change your life tomorrow? No. It's not going to change your life tomorrow. Will it change your life in 10 years? Yes. Will it change the life of your kids? Yes. Will it change the life of your grandkids? Yes. It is going to absolutely shape the way the world is going forward. And Hakeem Jeffries, as a member of Congress, should know this. He has all of the government reports in front of him. As an advocate of the green movement, Hakeem Jeffries knows this. He has to. Otherwise, he's just a parrot speaking lines for the green energy lobby. If he doesn't understand how rare earth metals are important to green energy, then he is an idiot. He is just a talking, walking mouthpiece for the lobby, the green energy lobby, and he's useless. So what he has said here, which is, again, this came out January 10th, 100,000 people saw it, and no one paid attention. He's an idiot. Greenland has 12% of the rare earth metals on the planet. Donald Trump has said, we don't have to take over Greenland. We don't have to make it part of America. We can just get a deal. Just make us a deal to get the metals. That's it. That's all we need. And he will use any and all leverage that he can to guarantee the future of America, the quality of life, the national security of America, the energy of America. Going 10, 20, 30 years into the future, he knows we have to have that from Greenland. So regardless, whatever it takes, we can buy the rights to get those rare earth metals, or we will take over the country. Whatever it takes, we are willing to do it. That's why he said he would buy Greenland, or he'll make a deal with a contract so he can get access to the metals, or if he has to, he will use force, because this is the future of America. Not in the next year, but in the next 10, in the next 20, in the next 30. The future of America is dependent on getting the rare earth metals. And Obama already screwed us out of Africa, so we have to go after one of the only major deposits left in the world that isn't controlled by China, because Obama screwed up the first time. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And I told that to Hakeem Jeffries. Now, I guarantee you, Hakeem Jeffries will not answer. But Hakeem Jeffries is doing a disservice to the Democrats, to his constituents, to America, by saying this has nothing to do with your life. He's lying to your face. He knows better than this. He absolutely knows better than this. He knows he is lying. He is confident NBC will never call him out on this. ABC, the Huffington Post, Axios, CNN, MS Now, they're never going to call him out on this. They're never going to bring up this quote and show it to the public and say that Hakeem Jeffries doesn't know what he's talking about. That Hakeem Jeffries is either stupid or lying to you. But I will. I will say that. And by the way, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, if you think I am lying, if you think I am incorrect, let's go and have a debate. I will have a debate. I'm not running for an elected office. Better yet, let's not have a debate. Let's do an interview. I will give you 12 hours. If you want, 24 hours. No commercials, no interruptions, just you and me on any day that you want, at any time that you want. I will accommodate whatever schedule you want to give me, Hakeem Jeffries. And I will give you uninterrupted time to discuss what I have just gone over, to tell me, so that you can tell me how Greenland isn't important to America, and I can highlight the multiple ways that Greenland is essential to the future of America. And you can, and maybe you can prove me wrong. I'm willing to be embarrassed in front of the entire world. How about it, Hakeem Jeffries? I'll take it. You want to bring in one of your staff members instead? If Hakeem Jeffries, I know I'm too lowly for Hakeem Jeffries to speak to, even though he's completely wrong. But no problem. Send one of your staff members. I'll give them, they can represent you instead. This way you get to say, well, my staff member isn't as well educated on this. And you can throw them under a bus after I embarrass the hell out of them. Let's go for it. This has been in the news for a year. Where have you been, Hakeem Jeffries? No, you know why we need Greenland. You just want to say Orange Man bad. because that will help you think, in the 2026 midterm elections. You're just trying to say orange man bad. And you're counting on the fact that the public is too stupid or too badly informed to know the difference. You're praying that everyone has been watching CNN, and CNN hasn't told anyone in the last 3 months why Greenland is important, if CNN ever told anyone why Greenland is important. And you're counting that people will never, ever check, that they won't do a bare, simple, basic Google search on why rare earth metals are important. That's deceptive. That's evil. That's almost criminal, Hakeem Jeffries. And Representative, if you think I am wrong, if you think I have misrepresented your position, if I have somehow not conveyed the truth here, I am more than happy, verbatim, to cover any response that you would like to provide, whether it's by email, by phone, you want to do an interview, I will convey it verbatim, without edit, completely in context. Any response you would like to provide. And by the way, if you think I won't, look at the history of this channel. Go and ask Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo. Go ask, Broome County Executive Jason Gunnar. Ask the Democrats in Southern Tier and Central New York, whom I have been dealing with for 20 years, and ask them if I have ever edited any word they have ever said on the record. And every single one of them, from the farthest left to the center to the right, not once have I ever misrepresented the words of any politician ever. So Hakeem Jeffries, it's on you. I'm telling you to your face, you're either a bald-faced liar or you're an idiot in terms of Greenland. I challenge you to prove me wrong. I have laid out my case. I have made it clear on an issue that I have been covering for well over a year. I dare you to prove me wrong. It'll be interesting to see if anyone in the news media, and to my fellow members of the press, and yes, I am an official member of the press, to the rest of the members of the press, whether you be at the Huffington Post or Axios, whether you be with the Washington Post or any other left-leaning organization, ask him to justify, ask Hakeem Jeffries to justify his statement. Don't let him just delete it, because I'm showing it to everyone live, so he cannot deny that he said this. Ask him to qualify what he has said. If you have any sense of journalism whatsoever, if you believe in being open and honest with the public, because I believe Hakeem Jeffries is abusing his power and is wasting the public's time. That's the gauntlet being thrown down, folks. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. Am I wrong? Does anyone think I'm wrong? Let's go back to some of the comments. We got more comments here. I love having comments, by the way, folks. I love having comments. Let me see here. I'm just checking. I see some comments going back and forth. Oh, here we go. User has been banned, has a comment here. And he says, since silver is needed for new chips just made by Samsung. Oh, here it goes. It's a full statement. So AI also drove up the prices of RAM and SSD. It also caused a spike in silver prices since silver is needed for new chips just made by Samsung. Yeah. That's one example of how this has a direct impact on you. These metals are necessary for your cell phones, for your computers, your tablets, your laptops. Yeah. So it's directly affecting the quality of life and the capabilities of life. That's true. user has been banned, says, I doubt that Hakeem Jeffries even runs his social media account, to be honest. Yeah, I know he doesn't. This is something that his staff put out, but it's in his name on his official account. So he is responsible for what shows up there. He is responsible for what is being said under his name. And what he said is irresponsible. Whether it's a staffer who put that in or whether it's Hakeem Jeffries, it is irresponsible for him to say this to the American people, especially since the only reason why he would say that is to try and prop up an election. That is pitiful. And yes, even the emails are controlled by the staffers, but that's okay. Because again, it's under his name. He didn't say, this is from the office of. He said, Hakeem Jeffries, this is what I'm saying. If he said it's from the office of, then it's the staffers, and somebody on the staff should be fired. No, it's under his name. Therefore, even if it was written by a staffer, it's his words, his responsibility. This is on Hakeem Jeffries. Dow says, careful, boss. We've already been shown Hakeem Jeffries can spew BS for 25 hours and not defecate himself. I dare him. I can do 12 hours. It's not even I can. I have been doing my birthday live streams 12 hours continuous by myself. So, yeah, no problem, Hakeem. Like I said, we can do, if you want to go 24 hours in this debate, I'm happy. I'm all game. I can do it. I do 12 hours on a regular basis. I can do 12 hours of nonstop conversation. Absolutely. You want to have a debate? Easy. Easy. You want to do 7 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 25 hours? I don't care. We can do it. We'll go into a debate. I'm absolutely willing. I will not back down from that. You want to do, I will absolutely take as long as is necessary to have this debate. Because the American people deserve the truth. And if I am wrong, which I am not, but if I were to be wrong, then prove me wrong. Show America the truth. But he knows as well as I know, and his staff should know, that rare earth metals are essential for America today and in the future. So his statement at every level is false. At every level. He is taking advantage of low information voters, individuals who do not know the reality of the world, of technology, of what these metals are valuable for. He's taking advantage of them, saying, Orange man bad, ooh, ooga booga ooga, and he thinks he's going to get reelected for that. He really shouldn't. He really shouldn't. But come on. If you think you can out-debate me and you'll just talk for 10 hours, so can I. It's ridiculous. I'm so upset with him. I'm so upset with Hakeem Jeffries. Hang on a second. Yes, you too can have this mug and many others. Go to Zazzle. Go to our Zazzle store. You can get all the mugs. It helps the program. I'd appreciate it. So by the way, we've gone an hour and a half into the program. And if you haven't found something of interest yet, I'm surprised. But if you find it interesting, me taking on the African news media, taking on the TikTokers, taking on Hakeem Jeffries, showing you the truth and having the conversation to explain how these people have been lying to you, how they're trying to emotionally manipulate you, then please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. I really would appreciate that. It helps the channel immensely. And I would thank you for that. If you want, you can join our Patreon. You can join our PayPal. That helps a lot as well. It costs $1.50. $1.50 a month to be part of our Patreon. That's cheap. No one else has it out there so cheap. Because it's not about me getting rich. It's just about me surviving. And so I would appreciate that. All right. So let's move on. So that's kind of breaking news that has been happening, things, little tidbits that I think are important that no one else is going to tell you about. Mainstream news media is not going to talk about that Hannah on TikTok. They're not going to explain that to you. They're not going to talk to you about Hakeem Jeffries and what he just said to you. They're going to ignore that stuff. They're going to try and twist around what's happening with Cuba and Venezuela. It's kind of sad. But what they will be talking about, to an extent, is Iran. And Iran, I know some people are saying, but Mike, I want to talk about Minnesota. I want to talk about Renee Good. We'll get to it. We're not at that point in the show. We'll probably do it after the break. Yes, we take a roughly 45-minute break for me to walk my dog, but that's usually after we get back from the break. We'll talk about Renee Good. But right now, Iran. Iran is threatening to attack America again. Why is Iran saying they want to blow up America again? What's the reason this time? Because Donald Trump and America, as well as multiple other nations in the world, have said to Iran, to the Ayatollah, don't kill your people. That's it. Iran is in the middle of collapsing. The economy of Iran is collapsing. And that led to the people of Iran protesting. And when I say protest, I mean kind of like protests like the left protests in America. Yeah, buildings are getting burned down, vandalizing property, screaming and shouting and attacking supporters of the Ayatollah. That's all happening right now. So it's not really a protest. They are riots by the public. The public is rioting in Iran as we speak because Iran is falling apart. Part of that is because of Donald Trump. And a lot of people aren't thinking of it that way. But the reason why the Iranian economy, the inflation, has skyrocketed, why the value of their money has shrunk, is because of several things that Donald Trump has done that Joe Biden and Barack Obama never did. Including, in fact, you can go back to even George H.W. Bush. He didn't do this either. Donald Trump not only shut down the Iranian nuclear deal, which was a big cash infusion into Iran by the Obama administration. And the Obama administration, under the Iran nuclear deal, removed a bunch of sanctions from Iran, which allowed their economy to grow. Donald Trump, as the 45th president of the United States, cut the deal, stopped giving Iran any money, and put the sanctions back on, and then added new sanctions on Iran because they are the single greatest fund training. They're responsible for global terror in the world. They are the greatest sponsor of global terrorists in the world. That's Iran. And so, unlike Obama, who gave them a bunch of money to help them increase terrorism in the world, and again, I've said it many times, go back to CNBC, January 2016, look for the quote from John Kerry, the then Secretary of State under the Obama administration, right after they closed the Iranian nuclear deal. John Kerry said on CNBC that the money we were giving Iran would help to fund global terrorism, that the United States was indirectly funding global terrorism as a part of the Iran nuclear deal. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. CNBC, January 2016. It's there in black and white. It's clear. So unlike what Obama did, Trump shut that down. And America stopped funding global terrorism and instead put sanctions on Iran to help end global terrorism, to cut the money so that there's no money going into Hezbollah or the Houthis or Hamas or Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all those different organizations. Biden came in and Biden, this is really bad. Under the Biden administration for 4 years, Iran strung the Biden administration around by the nose. Biden was giving away everything. He was removing sanction after sanction. He was throwing money at Iran just to get them to talk to him, not to actually get a deal done, not to actually accomplish anything, just to get Iran to talk to the Biden administration. We gave up trillions of dollars. We removed trillions of dollars worth of sanctions and restrictions on Iran. And that allowed the economy of Iran to grow. Obviously, they got to have their economy grow, and their people prospered under the Biden failure of government, international policy. Trump, 47th president, comes in last year and puts all the sanctions back on and added a couple of extra ones on top of it because Iran is untrustworthy. And Iran was funding Hamas. And Hamas had just gone October 7th, 2023. Hamas committed one of the largest mass terrorist murders in the world. And they were in the middle of a war. And Iran was supporting and funding Hamas to conduct that war. Yes, Hamas lost it and they were always going to lose. That's not the point. The reason why it happened was because of Iran. Because of Iran funded and trained Hamas to commit the genocide that started that war, as well as the Houthis. Every one of the rockets being fired by the Houthis in the Red Sea under the Biden-Harris administration, increasing global starvation because food could not go through the Red Sea. Houthis were shooting down all of the ships carrying food for starving people around the world. And that money was coming from Iran for those rockets. Iran had made the rockets and the missiles that the Houthis were firing off. By the way, that was all being paid for by Joe Biden. Biden gave $100 million to the Houthis, and they gave that money to Iran, and Iran made a bunch of rockets and missiles and gave it to the Houthis, who then shot down U.S. and international trade ships that were trying to feed people across the world. I've covered this in depth for months upon months, years. I've covered this. So Donald Trump punished them for all of this. He put in sanctions, restricted them, cut off the Iran nuclear deal, stopped pretending like the United States was going to talk about this, said, no, we're not going to talk about it. If you want to talk, you'll come to us. You'll come to Washington, D.C. You'll have the conversation with America, and that's it. We're not going to pay you to come talk to us. We're not going to pay you to make a deal. In fact, you shouldn't have had any of this. We're going to take it all away. And so the Trump administration put those sanctions on, and the Iranian economy shrank. Inflation skyrocketed. Then we took out the nuclear facilities, which the nuclear capabilities of Iran were blown up by pinpoint accuracy by the Trump administration during the one-day war of America versus Iran. Okay, and that was like an hour. We flew over the airspace for 1 hour, dropped the bombs, and left. The war was over with America and Iran, and we had ruined that. And Iran has to rebuild. That cost even more money, which is even more inflationary. And their inflation skyrocketed, and the money was worth less and less. Their economy shrank. And the people started starving again. It's not unusual, but it's happening again. And so the people started protesting. This is because of the Trump administration, his policies, holding Iran accountable for the international terrorism that it has done. No one, of course, the mainstream news media isn't giving credit to Donald Trump for actually holding Iran accountable, and thus the economy collapsing in Iran. Because Iran is irresponsible. Iran, for their part, has gone out and they have arrested, according to, depending on which source you're looking at. Right now, this is from the BBC. I can also show you that this is ABC News. Depending on which source you want to go to, there's also CNN. So all of these sources are having different aspects of this conversation. And what they are saying is that Iran has arrested some almost 11,000 people. This is what happens in a dictatorship. For everyone on the left that thinks that America is authoritarian, hello, wake up call, record this, send it to them, wake up call. What is authoritarian? Iran. Iran, which was displeased with the protests, arrested 11,000 people in 15 days. In 15 days, 11,000 Iranians have been arrested. In 15 days, 538 Iranians have been killed by the Iranian government. That is what happens in an authoritarian government. That's what happens when you have a dictatorship, not Donald Trump. Oh my God, Donald Trump's such a dictator because we have all these protests. He's such a dictator, and America is so authoritarian that there are people in Portland and in Chicago, there are people in Minneapolis and New York City that are protesting publicly right now with their faces on YouTube and all the social media, and they're not arrested. They're not killed. They're able to do that. It's called free speech. Do that in Iran. I dare you. I triple dare you to even try that in Iran. 11,000 people have been arrested and 538 people have been killed. That is authoritarianism. Do you see the difference? To the left, do you understand the difference between what you claim is authoritarianism and what the world is watching and is authoritarianism? Do you see the difference? Trump's been in office for a year, and he has not just randomly arrested American citizens. Has not happened. American citizens aren't being arrested. They aren't being killed. In Iran, they are. In Venezuela, they were. Under Maduro, they were being killed and starved to death. Yet another example of what is an authoritarian, what is a dictator, and what is a government under those authoritarian leaders. Look at the starvation and the sickness in Venezuela. Look in Iran. Look at people. Inflation has skyrocketed. The people are in abject poverty. They are starting to starve. And look at how the government reacts. That's authoritarianism. America isn't authoritarian. If you didn't know what the difference was, there it is. It's that simple. And if anyone on the left wants to say, but Mike, you don't understand, please do try to explain it to me. Do try and tell me how America is as authoritarian as Iran, as much of a dictatorship as Venezuela, and please explain to me how there are American citizens starving to death, not hungry, to death in America, because it's not happening. Tell me how there are Americans who are not getting medical help. Please explain it to me, like they are in Venezuela, not able to even get measles or mump vaccinations if they want them. They can't get them at all. Tell me how that's like in America, because it's not. You want a measles vaccination? You can get one. Mumps? Absolutely. Is it affordable? Absolutely. Dirt cheap. Try that in Iran. Can't. You can't even think about it in Venezuela. Totally different. Totally different. So I got a comment here. And Hal, hello, Hal. Hal is someone who watches the show on a regular basis. And he makes the comment, the new bar for America is that we aren't as bad as Iran. That's not what I said. Hal, I love you. You know that. And I don't mind. Hal disagrees with me on a regular basis. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with Hal disagreeing with me. But Hal, you're minimizing and you're trying to make it comedic about what I said. What I said is America isn't authoritarian. And the proof of that is Iran. The proof of America not being a dictatorship is Venezuela. I didn't say we're not as bad as them. I'm saying there's an entire different category that what the left wants people to believe and what it actually is are two different things. And the reality of what that difference is looking at Iran, looking at Venezuela, and looking at the United States. And there is a clear, absolute, definitive example of the differences. It's not that we're not as bad as Iran. We're nothing like Iran. We're nothing like Venezuela. Americans do have freedom. They do have choice. They do have a host of freedoms and benefits. And in those countries, they have none of it. That's what authoritarianism actually is. And that's not America. So it's not that we're not as bad as Iran. We're nothing like them. And that's a good thing. And we should be happy about that. We have another comment here, and that's from Shelly. Shelly says, sorry, but I came here angry after the millionth time someone said that New York State is under Mamdani. What? Sorry, but I came here angry after the millionth time someone said that New York State is under Mamdani. Well, New York City is under Mamdani. He's the mayor of New York City. So anyone who says that doesn't understand New York City is not New York State. Okay. But either way, Shelly, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. And by the way, I didn't say it before. Thank you. User has been banned. Hal, thank you. Thank you, Dal, for being here on the channel and also for leaving your comments. And thank you again, Hal. I want to say this specifically to Hal. I thank you because we disagree and we can reasonably disagree. We can respectfully disagree. We can be passionate. We can be very, very passionate in our disagreement, but we can have that conversation, and that's fine. And I always appreciate that. I really do. So, Shelly's mentioned that most people, many or some people, don't recognize that New York State has 62 counties. And the mayor, even though being mayor of New York City, the biggest city in New York State, but nowhere near, most of the population of New York is upstate, outside of New York City, not in New York City. That's true. Yeah, people don't recognize that a lot. It happens. It does happen. But what I've said about Iran and Venezuela and authoritarianism and what it actually is, as opposed to what we're being told it is, it makes it very clear. When you hear the left say that Trump is an authoritarian, and at the same time, they are dead silent about Iran, when they are dead silent about Maduro in Venezuela, you know they're being deceptive. You know they're just manipulating politics. They're playing games because they know better. They know. It's kind of like listening to Hakeem Jeffries about Greenland. He knows why rare earth metals are important. He just needs to lie to try and get more money and to get more votes. He's willing to lie to the public and use them for his political gain. But he knows better. He knows it's not true. But he doesn't care. He doesn't care if he lies to you because he doesn't think you'll ever call him out. He doesn't think, the left don't think that anyone will ever call them out on their lies, on their bull, and actually point out how they have lied and why they are lying. But I do. User has been banned says, I guess in a roundabout way, the city New York City takes funds from New York State, making everyone else pay for the city's BS. So there is that. Well, yes, but that's true of a lot of cities. But yes, New York City does receive direct federal aid, unlike a lot of cities. And so there is that aspect, but that's not the same thing as New York is New York State. I understand what Shelley's talking about. And people do make that mistake and think New York, all of New York State is New York City. It's not. Very, very vast difference. You get outside, I lived in Broome County. Vastly different. Broome County is like most of the Midwest, for the most part. It's very similar to the Midwest. New York City is nothing like the Midwest. Most of America is like Broome County. Most of America is like the Southern Tier or Central New York. Nothing like New York City. New York City is an aberration amongst cities. Even LA and Chicago and Baltimore, none of them are like New York City. It's an aberration all its own. So I get why, and I know that people who live in upstate New York get frustrated with this because they're nothing like New York City. I get it. I do. Now, I was talking about Iran, and I was getting to a point, and maybe I got a little sidetracked, maybe a little bit, and that does happen. But the thing about it is, Donald Trump has said that, and by the way, the news media is all over the place on this. Either they don't recognize that 11,000 people have been arrested and 538 people have been killed, or some of the news media on the left don't acknowledge that and don't recognize it, and some do. It is a number in dispute, to be fair and to be clear. So ABC News says that it doesn't exist, ABC News says these are the numbers, as has been reported by The Guardian, BBC, a lot of news agencies. But then there's CNN who said, no, those numbers don't exist. According to CNN, and I'll show you the article, they don't think that those numbers exist at all. Depends on who you believe. Do you believe the Ayatollah, or do you believe independent reporting in the Iranian nation? It's your choice. I can't tell you which one's accurate. I can only tell you what most of the world is saying at this time, which isn't what the Ayatollah is saying. So because 538 people have been killed in 15 days, because 11,000 Iranians have been arrested in 15 days, because inflation is high, because of that reason alone, then Donald Trump has said, Iran, Ayatollah, stop killing your people. And if you don't stop killing your people, America, among other countries that agree with us, including the European Union, including France, including England, we're all saying that stop killing your people or we will do something about it. We will take action. And on the part of Donald Trump, he said that we might use military force, not troops on the ground. To be very clear, he made it very, very clear, not troops on the ground. I believe it was this article where Donald Trump says very clearly that the United States will not put boots on the ground. I believe it was this article. Internet blackout. Democratic Mania. No. Is it here? No. Okay, it's one of the other articles. I apologize. I know there's several articles that I was reading. As I showed you, I have at least 3 different articles here. One, which is from ABC News, CNN, and also that was from the BBC. So we have 3 different articles from 3 different parts of the world and news agencies. But in one of them, Donald Trump says, we will apply military and economic pressure against Iran, more sanctions against them, maybe trying to help the insurgents, the protesters, to overthrow the Iranian government. Not troops on the ground, but maybe we provide them with different supplies that they would need to be able to overthrow the Ayatollah. So I think that's important. And I understand that's reasonable. And in fact, you would think that the same people who are screaming about Hamas versus Israel, the same leftists that were saying, well, people are dying, so we should do something. The whole Columbia, Yale, Harvard, Binghamton University, all of those people who are protesting saying, we have to protect the people. We have to help the small guy, the individuals against the big giant. This is the left speaking. So you've got the big oppressive government, that's the Ayatollah in Iran, and you have the oppressed people, which is the public in Iran. And Donald Trump, they should be saying, Donald Trump, help the oppressed people. They're upset. The same left that said that we should help Hamas because the people are saying that we shouldn't help the Iranian people because Donald Trump's a bad guy. They are more than willing to help the Ayatollah to remain as a dictator and to kill and arrest people because they're hungry. That's what the left is willing to do. They're willing to let the Ayatollah kill and starve his people rather than support Donald Trump in trying to stop that. That is amazing to me. That is incredible to me. And the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it. They're trying to avoid this as much as possible. It's incredible to me. It's incredible. It is truly insane. Now, it is fair, and I will be fair here. Do you think that America should be involved with the Iranian protests? And I just typed that out. You can leave this in the comments afterwards if you're seeing the show and it's not live. If it's live and you're watching the show, you can answer in chat. Do you think that America should be involved with the Iranian protests? Should we be supporting the people? Should we threaten, like we have seen the European Union, England, and many other countries have threatened Iran and said, stop killing the innocent people just because they're starving? Just because they are protesting because they are starving does not give Iran the right to wholesale kill them. And I can't wait to see what the public says about that, because the left said that was the reason why we should support Hamas. That's one of the reasons why the left said we have to take care of Hamas. Let's see if they will be consistent in their logic. I say no. Because Orange Man Bad said it. Because Donald Trump said he wants to protect the innocent people in Iran. He wants to stop the government of Iran from killing hundreds of the people because they're starving. The left would either not talk about this story at all, or they will take the side of Iran, of the Ayatollah. And that's insane. And I'm right. It's true. The left absolutely will take the side of the Ayatollah rather than say Orange Man had a good idea. It's insane. It's insane, folks. All right. And again, just in case anyone's saying, but Mike, it can't be all that bad. Reported by CNN. I've shown you the BBC, ABC, CNN. Here's another one from CNN. Protesters in Tehran describe seeing bodies piled up in hospitals after the crackdown by the Iranian authorities. This is a little over 15 hours ago. This is current news. This isn't old news. This is current. This is what Iran is doing. This is what the Ayatollah is doing. A woman in her mid-60s and a 70-year-old man described seeing people of all ages out in the streets in the Iranian capital of Tehran Thursday and Friday. Friday night, however, security forces brandishing military rifles killed, quote, many people, they said, speaking on condition of anonymity for security reasons. They are killing the people. The bodies are piled up on each other in a hospital. And the left will tell you that Orange Man Bad is starting a war. I don't know. Now, to be fair, if you want to talk about what Trump is doing, where he's fighting a war, the U.S. did actually drop bombs. We did attack ISIS in Syria because they killed 3 of our people. And we warned them. And this is one of several attacks we've had against ISIS in Syria. So again, there is a difference. Now you could say, well, Mike, why are American troops in Syria? The answer is the Kurds. We're protecting the Kurds. And we've been protecting the Kurds since President G.W. Bush, if not slightly before that. We have always been protecting them in northeast Syria. Because if we don't, the Turks will kill the Kurds. And the former Syrian government, and perhaps even the current Syrian government, will kill the Kurds if they get the chance. If America isn't protecting them, they will kill them in a heartbeat. And they have said it. The Turks have been very clear. The Turkish have said very clearly they will go in and kill the Kurds if they can. If America isn't there, they will kill the Kurds. The at least former Syrian government said that if America isn't around, they will kill the Kurds if they have the chance. So we are protecting the Kurds. Whether you think we should or should not, that's another question. But we are, and we have been through multiple presidents. This is not a new thing. We've been doing this a long time. But ISIS decided to kill our troops. You thought ISIS was gone, and it was. Under Trump as the 45th president, we had virtually removed 90% of all of the ISIS forces, all of their capabilities to grow a terrorist organization. We removed it all. We blew them to hell. And under the Biden-Harris administration, they came back. And now, after they've spent the last 4 years rebuilding ISIS with the help of the Biden-Harris international foreign policy, now ISIS is back and ISIS is killing Americans again. And now Trump is stopping them from ever doing that again. We have a weak president, terrorism grows. We have a strong president, they get rid of the terrorists. And then they get blamed for getting rid of the terrorists because the left, who allowed the terrorists to grow, well, they're pissed off. It's amazing. It is amazing, folks. Now, so I'm going to take a moment here. So let's, let me see. Dal has a comment here real quick. And Dal says, I encourage the people to make the decision to seize their liberty. I also believe that Trump's stance in backing the people in Iran applies pressure to the government to either redress the grievances. Yeah, I agree. This is part of the way we defeat the Ayatollah, the way we get rid of Iran as the greatest sponsor of terror in the world is for the Iranian people to stand up. And we had the opportunity to do this. It was called the Green Movement. No, not green energy. The Green Movement, 2013, under the Obama administration, during the Arab Spring. Do you remember all that? I do. The Iranian people rose up and they begged for America to do what Trump is doing now, to give them some support. And Obama ignored them, and they died. They were killed because Obama didn't care. He's talking about the Arab Spring, but ignored Iran and the people saying, please, America, help us. We want to overthrow the Ayatollah. And they let them die. Trump, this time, the people are saying, we want to overthrow the Ayatollah. And Trump is saying, hey, maybe we should help them. Maybe we will help them. There's a difference between Obama and Trump. Real simple. Shelley had said Iran would kill them and the left would say it was a mercy killing. They might fly in Canada. That might fly in Canada. Well, yeah. Canada and mercy killings. Yeah, that's kind of scary. All right. So, folks, what we're going to do, we've been talking for about 2 hours and 11 minutes, believe it or not. Told you, I can definitely talk with Hakeem Jeffries for 12 hours, 25 hours. Come on, Hakeem. Let's do this. Let's do this, Hakeem. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. I need to walk my dog, usually in the show about the 2-hour mark for those who are new. At about the 2-hour mark, I normally walk my dog. My dog is 14 years old. His name is Khan. I love my dog. I love my dog dearly. I've had him ever since he was about 2 months old and could fit in the palm of my hand, literally. And I've had him ever since then. And Khan, he's 14. He needs to go out. So I'm going to walk him. This gives you a chance to get a cup of coffee, to have a cigarette, get something to eat, talk to your friends and family, send them links and say, hey, this guy's got something, he's interesting, whether you're agreeing with him or not. If you're on the left and you're hate watching, you can now get all of your friends together and they can try and attack me in the second part of the show. Let's go for it. Do it. And what I'm going to play for you right now is a conversation, a video that I did 4 years ago. This is from actually, it's a little bit more. It's from November 29th, 2021. 2021. And I was talking about 6 years and 3 presidents talking about the Iran nuclear deal. So it's a little bit of history about America and Iran and nuclear weapons. Just to give you some context of the past. I've been doing this a long time, folks. 20 years. I've covered all the issues. So I just want you to hear that. And we will be back. It's now 4:45. So I will be back at 5:30. And we're going to talk about Renee Good. At 5:30, roughly about 5:30, we're going to come back. We're going to talk about Portland and the Border Patrol and the fact that the Border Patrol shot 2 people and Renee Good being shot in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And is that a good thing? Are those 2 cases the same? Is there a difference? Should we be worried or should we be happy? Let's talk about that when we get back. So, that being said, I will start this up. Joining us, this is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as we're going to be speaking about something rather important. The security of the United States, the safety of Europe, and of course, the status of our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Yes, in other words, I want to talk about the Iran nuclear deal, something that is ongoing as we speak. Negotiations are happening right now, and this has been something that's been going on for more than 6 years. And the question is this in the best interest of the United States and the world? Will this create more peace? Well, we're going to take a look at that to give you an honest and realistic look at this that the mainstream media really wants to avoid even trying to discuss. But before we get started, we do want to mention that if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out to hear your chats, your tweets, even your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We reach out because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak. It is unalienable. And that is something that belongs to everyone in the world, regardless of what your government may think, what the internet overlords may think. You have a right to speak, and we want to hear your voice. And so we hope you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to share your voice with us about these important issues. We look forward to it. Now, to address the issue for today and the conversation that isn't happening, the conversation that really needs to happen, which is the Iran nuclear deal. This is something that was going on since 2013, but most importantly, in the last 6 years, with 3 separate presidents, that's President Obama, President Trump, and the Biden administration, we have seen this deal take different outlooks, different promises to the American public, and different reporting on what it is actually accomplishing. And this is going to be important for 2022, not just for the United States, but also for our greatest ally in the Middle East, our only ally in the Middle East, Israel. It's going to be very important for Europe and looking at our allies there, both because of immigration and also because of safety concerns. So let's try and understand what is actually happened with the Iran nuclear deal and what will happen with it going forward. To do that, let's start off, first of all, by taking a step back in time, because the major mainstream media is guaranteed, they are hoping and praying you don't remember. So let's take a look back, because we do remember. In fact, we recall that we were speaking about this in April 21st of 2015. The Obama administration on April 2nd, 2015, announced that they had come to an agreement with Iran, and that agreement would take force on June 30th of 2015. This was the Iran nuclear deal. It encompassed a couple of different things. Iran would promise not to make a nuclear weapon, something that they have been developing and working on for decades, and that they would stop the production or the research into creating a nuclear weapon. And in exchange for that one concession, the United States would remove all sanctions on Israel. That's $450 billion worth of sanctions that were preventing Iran from being able to expand global terror and to commit more oppression on its own people at the time. So we saw that in November of 2013, it's very important to understand that as these discussions were going on, before the deal was made, in the discussions about the deal, on November 13th, the then Iranian president Hassan Rouhani said, "Let anyone make his own reading, but this right is clearly stated in the text of the agreement that Iran can continue its enrichment, and I announce to our people that our enrichment activities will continue as before." In 2013, while there was negotiations for the Iran nuclear deal, Iran made it absolutely clear they plan to continue to to be able to create nuclear weapons. Nothing was going to stop them. They went on to say in 2015, under the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif, a name you will hear again in this conversation today, he stated, "We will continue enriching, we will continue research and development." So even as the Obama administration in 2015 were taking a bow and making the claim that they had made the Iran nuclear deal and that there would be more global peace, we had Iran saying, "No, we're still going to make a nuclear weapon. We're still going to go forward. We're just taking the money from the United States." That's got to be troubling to people. It should also be troubling to also understand when we look at North Korea. in which many of the same kinds of deals were made, and yet what happened there? It was in 1985 that North Korea joined the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. In 1994, North Korea signed the agreed framework in Geneva. In 1998, North Korea conducted long-range missile tests. And by 2002, North Korea admitted they had violated the Geneva framework and secretly enriched uranium. It was followed up in a year later, in 2013, North Korea claimed to be a nuclear power at that time. All of that happened after multiple rounds of talks with many nations involved, inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, serious violations of all the agreements that were made with various nations, including the United States. And the world was watching North Korea while all of this was happening. These are the very same things we are being promised with Iran, that we will watch them very carefully, that the International Atomic Energy Agency will do inspections and keep an eye on what they're doing, and that we have many talks involved to guarantee that Iran won't cheat. And yet none of that stopped North Korea. And we have no reason to believe that any of this would stop Iran, even as Iran in 2013 and 2015, and since that time, have told us they will make a nuclear bomb. They are not going to stop. They have never, ever said that they won't make a nuclear weapon. That's important to understand. Now, in 2016, something else that was very important was stated. Only 6 months after the deal had been signed and was in effect, and the United States was releasing $450 billion to Iran. About $150 billion in cash was delivered in planes to Iran for this nuclear deal. And it was in January of 2016 that then Secretary John Kerry admitted and stated on CNBC the following statement, quote, "I think that some of it will end up in the hands of the IRGC or other entities, some of which are labeled terrorists." He is speaking specifically about the provision to provide over $150 billion in funds that were frozen by international banks, that sanctions have prevented Iran from being able to touch. Over $150 billion we're speaking there. And the IRGC is Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is identified by multiple nations as a terrorist organization, that they train and enable terrorism on a global scale. And John Kerry has just admitted in January of 2016 to CNBC and the world that the United States has just funded global terror, that we have enabled more global terror through Iran because of the Iran nuclear deal. That flies in the face of what we have been told would be its number one provision, to create more peace in the world. And it's so bad that the then CIA director, John Brennan, in speaking about the Iran nuclear deal, had to state, quote, "Kerry and crew left a loophole a mile wide when they effectively allowed Iran to conduct all the illicit work it wants outside of Iran in countries like North Korea or perhaps Sudan." So the director of the CIA, in looking at what the Iran nuclear deal actually did, not the promises, not what was being promoted by the mainstream media, but looking at the actual factual results, in only 6 months was able to say that this deal enabled more terror in the world. It created more problems than it not existing. That has to be troubling, especially when we then look in 2016, June of 2016, Hezbollah and its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, stated, quote, "We are open about the facts that Hezbollah's budget, its income, its expenses, everything it eats and drinks, its weapons and rockets are from the Islamic Republic of Iran." So again, we are being told by another international terrorist organization that they are being funded by Iran. And Iran has just received $150 billion from the United States because of the sanctions that were lifted. And we have been told by the CIA and the then Secretary of State under the Obama administration that terrorism would increase because of the Iran nuclear deal. These are incredibly important facts that we have to look at. We have been told by our intelligence agencies, by individuals in charge of our state government, that individuals around the world are knowing that Iran has been able to increase the net global terror in the world. Terrorism increased because of the Iran nuclear deal. This is a reality. This isn't our guess. This isn't a supposition. This is factual. This happened in our past. This was the result of the Iran nuclear deal. It is a reality that we all have to understand. It is something that the mainstream media never wants to tell you and have always avoided, but it is the facts. We are quoting from the mainstream news media and these international terrorist organizations. So that's the reality. I understand what the hope was, but that's the reality of what is the Iran nuclear deal. It is an increase in global terror with no guarantee of stopping Iran from creating a nuclear weapon, which they are dead set in doing because they want to destroy all of America. They want to destroy all of Israel, and they want to destroy any nation and any country that does not believe exactly what the Ayatollah tells them to believe. These are facts. They are indisputable and they are irrefutable. Now, in 2018, there was a change in our government, of course, after the 2016 presidential election. President Trump, a long-term opponent of the Iran nuclear deal, stepped forward and he made a decision. He decided to take the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal. As reported by the BBC in May 9th of 2018, Trump pulls out of the Iran nuclear deal. He's breaking with the U.S. allies. And Trump stated that the deal only limited Iran's nuclear activities for a fixed period. This is true. That the deal had failed to stop the development of ballistic missiles. This is true. And had handed Iran $100 billion, actually more, that it used as a slush fund for weapons, terror, and oppression across the Middle East. This is true. So, just looking at this, the deal was a short-term effort. It was a stopgap measure to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, which Iran did not accept as part of the terms of the deal. Not in 2013, not in 2015, not even after President Obama went on international news media and said that Iran was now stopped from getting a nuclear weapon, and Iran turned around and said, no, that's not true, and that they were going to make a nuclear weapon even with the deal in place. As bad as that is, it also allowed Iran to do the second most important thing that endangers the national security of nations around the world. The Iran nuclear deal allowed Iran to be able to make ballistic missiles, otherwise known as ICBMs, or you may have heard them called intercontinental ballistic missiles. That is how we, the United States and Russia and China, are able to threaten each other with nuclear weapons. It is a missile that is able to be launched from one continent, one country, and to reach the other side of the world. with the capability of having an ICBM, then it is possible for Iran to threaten New York City or Los Angeles or Chicago or Miami or any other place in the world. And that is absolutely allowed under the Iran nuclear deal, that Iran is able to develop a ballistic missile that would then be able to threaten every nation in the world. And they were funded, with the sanctions being released, they were able to fund that research, which is an essential element. Because even if they knew how to make a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't be able to get it anywhere in the world unless they had a missile to be able to deliver it. That's the thing that's important. It's a two-part package. Yes, they have to be able to make nuclear weapons, but they also have to be able to deliver that weapon, that bomb, to somewhere in the world to be a threat. And the Iran nuclear deal gave them that opportunity and funded global terror at the same time to distract the world. Again, these are facts. This is history. This is confirmed. BBC, CNN, the New York Times. These aren't things we're guessing about. These are things that were happening in our recent past. So we had something that we wanted to say about that. We want to discuss this with you. And in fact, in May of 2018, we did have an audio podcast in which we were discussing the Iran nuclear deal and a decision by President Trump to take America out of that and to re-engage, to restart the sanctions that prevented global terror around the world. And this is what we had to say at the time.
But I have yet to see where we have a reason why we would want to be involved in this deal, because it's just not good for us. There's no positive there. When we have the Prime Minister of Iran, we have the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill us, that they're going to go forward with their nuclear weapons program, that the Iran nuclear deal didn't prevent them from being able to move forward with the nuclear weapons. Why in the world are we going to be in that deal? What benefit does it have to us? I mean, John Kerry's going over to save the deal for what? The Iranians themselves are saying that they believe that that deal allows them to kill Americans. Okay? I think I wrote that up on, it was my article on July 26th of 2015, that, that this is a skeptical deal. We have to be skeptical. There is nothing positive about it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the time in 2015 had mentioned that he thought that the Iran deal has two paths to the bomb. One, if they keep the deal, the other, if they cheat on the deal. And it's always important to understand, Iran has lied to us many times. They're moving this forward every time. They're continuing to move forward with nuclear weapons. We've seen nothing that stopped them, and the nuclear deal did not prevent it. I mean, it left them with centrifuges. It allowed them to work on being able to have missiles that are capable of hitting Europe, Israel, and America. That's what they're developing. And we want to keep that deal for what reason? I mean, seriously, folks, where is the benefit here?
So even in 2018, we were asking the question, where is the benefit? And that's a very important question because we never saw a benefit, not under the Obama administration, not under the Trump administration. We saw an increase in global terror. We saw more people die. We saw that the United States was funding this. We saw that Iran continued to state that they wanted to destroy America. They wanted to destroy Israel. They wanted to kill anyone who did not believe what the Ayatollah believed. That's a problem. And that's something that never changed. But yet we were told by the Obama administration, by progressives and by Democrats, that we need to re-engage in the Iran nuclear deal, that for some reason this would be a benefit to the United States, even though we factually saw it provided no benefit and no assurance of safety going forward. It was appeasement. That is true. It was an appeasement. It did appease and appeal to Iran. It gave them something to look forward to, but it gave no assurance of safety. And in fact, we wanted to speak about it more. And in May of 2019, we decided to speak about it a little bit more.
In fact, socialism and communism are responsible for more deaths in the world in the 20th century than any other cause combined. In terms of war, in terms of nuclear bombs, in terms of, you put it all together, more people have died at the hands of socialist and communist governments than every other form of government and every other war that's out there. And yet we're seeing more Americans say that that's a great idea. And you know who's happy to hear that? You know who's looking forward to that? Iran. Iran is happy about that. Because as we see in the news, reported on the 22nd, yesterday, May 22nd, by Reuters, Iran youth, the article's title is Iran Youth Will Witness the Demise of Israel, American Civilization. This comes from the Ayatollah of Iran. So here's a problem. Here's a big, big problem. Iran wants to kill America. Iran, who believe, along with Mr. Lind, John Lind, and the Taliban, and the Al-Qaeda and ISIS, believe that Americans having freedom is evil, and therefore you need to be killed. Notice I didn't say that Republicans or conservatives are evil, not libertarians are evil. No. They said Americans. So that means progressives. That means liberals. That means Democrats. They want to kill us all. They don't see a separation. They don't see a division. They don't agree with the political differences. They see us all as Americans, period. Stop. And that we all deserve the same death penalty. That is what they believe. That doesn't come from a political ideology. And just because you may be a kind-hearted liberal progressive and think that, you know, there should be a hierarchy of the micro categories and that people who happen to be transgender are more important than people who happen to be white or male or straight or some combination of those things. No, they don't care about that. They would kill. Iran actively and repeatedly and consistently kills transgenders, gays, and people that they don't agree with, whether you happen to be male or female, especially women. They believe in raping them, killing them. This is what their government does.
And think about that. In 2019, we had the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill Americans, that the youth of Iran in 2019 will grow up to see the death of the United States and, of course, Israel as well. And I doubt that our allies in Europe, whether it be France, Germany, any of the European nations, the United Kingdom, I doubt they would be left as safe. Once the United States is out of the way, once Israel has been removed from the face of the earth, I don't think that the Iran would stop. And this is what they told their youth. This is the program that they are giving to the next generations of Iranians. And once again, they have confirmed that they are looking to find a means to eliminate entire countries. And it has no difference on what your political preference may be. In watching this right now, as we recap history that has actually happened, as we recap this history where we have seen consistently in 2013, 2015, 2019, we have heard Iran say they will make a nuclear weapon, they will kill Americans, they do not make a differentiation on your political preference. If you are a progressive, you are as much of a threat to Iran as a Republican or a libertarian. They don't see a difference because you believe in people being free. In fact, I would be more fearful for the more socialist-leaning Americans, those who believe in socialism, because Iran absolutely disagrees with transgenders. It absolutely disagrees with the rights of gays. It disagrees with the rights of women to be able to drive, to be able to read, to be able to have positions of power. The things that we know, we keep hearing from the progressives are their mainstays. These are the things that they go to on a regular basis, that this is how they appeal on an emotional level to American people and around the world. And Iran despises every aspect of that. And that's one of the reasons they want to kill every single American. So it's not about your political beliefs. That isn't going to spare you. And this situation gets worse by the minute as we understand the history and what that's going to lead to in our future. Let's take a look at what we see with what has happened. Going to May 28th, just a few days after Iran had promised its youth that they would live to see America being destroyed, we then had, on May 28th of 2019, we had this from Senator Dianne Feinstein. Senator Dianne Feinstein was identified as being in contact with Javad Zarif. And again, who is that? Javad Zarif is the individual, here it is, from 2016, who is the foreign minister of Iran, who said that Iran would continue to enrich nuclear materials and that they would research and develop a nuclear weapon no matter what the Iran nuclear deal said. And Senator Dianne Feinstein was speaking with him. And this is what this entailed. Dianne Feinstein was reached by Iran via Zarif, and they started having comments. Now, the interesting thing here is when Dianne Feinstein's communications director was asked about it, he says he can't comment on who the senator does or does not speak with. Actually, he can. He is the communications director. He would know if she's speaking with Iran. And we see that Dianne Feinstein later in the day came out and mentioned, as I quote, "A war isn't necessary to solve a problem when both sides want a solution. I urge Secretary Pompeo to reach out to the foreign minister Javad Zarif, who I know doesn't want to see conflict with the United States." So essentially, Senator Tom Cotton comes out and he makes a comment that the United States, he supports President Trump and he wants Iran to back down. That their ambitions with the nuclear weapons, which were not prevented by the Iran nuclear deal, and more importantly, the missile development to create an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is the weapon necessary to get a bomb from Iran into the United States. That is their number one effort because they can create a nuclear weapon in less than a year. The question is, that isn't the problem for Iran. The question and problem for Iran is getting that nuclear weapon to the United States. They don't have a missile that could do that. The Iran nuclear deal did not prevent them from developing a missile that could bring that nuclear weapon to the United States and therefore threaten us. That is what is critical to know about the Iran nuclear deal. It allows them to create intercontinental ballistic missiles, which is the problem. That's the big deal. So we see that Senator Cotton takes the position along with President Trump on a strong defense of the United States. Iran reaches out, presumably reaches out to Dianne Feinstein, or Senator Feinstein reached out to Iran. It's unclear which way that happened. And in response, and says, "Hey, how do you feel about this? What's going on?" And their response from Iran is, "Oh, we don't want to have a war." They've always said they don't want to have a war. They've also always said that they want to kill every single American, Democrat, liberal, progressive, or anyone else. They want to kill all of America, period. Our existence is a bane to them in general. So she comes out, and now she is now taking
by this statement on May 16th, Dianne Feinstein is now taking the position of Iran. She is being the mouthpiece for the Ayatollah of Iran.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this history, which some people may not be familiar with? This is history. This happened. A United States senator was engaging in international discussions, diplomacy, policy, international policy, with a foreign leader, representatives of a foreign nation, and was trying to negotiate on their behalf. Dianne Feinstein is advocating for the best interest of Iran, not the United States, not the state of California, but for Iran and the Ayatollah of Iran, a nation that has said consistently that they want to destroy America, all Americans, of every political faction and every religious belief and every sexual preference you could possibly imagine. And she did this behind the backs of the Trump administration. Well, why in the world would she do that? And how does that help America? How does that create more peace? Because Iran says, well, we're not going to be at war. No, they don't want a war. They want an eradication. It's called a jihad. They want to remove the existence of the American people and the Israeli people and probably all of Europe as well. And yet we have Senator Dianne Feinstein, who couldn't bother to take the time to look back to 2016 and see that the very same person she was talking to, the very same person who's telling her, no, we want to be peaceful, is the very same person who said, oh, we're going to make a nuclear bomb. Are you kidding me? And this is what the Democratic Party has been advocating for. This is what they have been pushing forward. In 2013, 2015, 16, 19, they are continuously saying, well, we will get peace. We need to appease Iran. We need to make a deal with Iran. We have to be friendly with Iran, as Iran has consistently said to their face internationally, oh, and we want to kill you. We want to kill each and every one of you. Give us the money, give us the ability to increase global terror and to kill you, to make ballistic missiles so that we can kill you. This is the Iran nuclear deal. This is the environment that the Iran nuclear deal was created under. And then in 2020, we continue to talk about this issue.
Now, we know this is something that's happened before under President Obama. I think it was 2015 with the Green Movement during the Arab Spring. And at that time, President Obama ignored them completely. The movement failed, and we have the continuation of the current regime of Tehran with the Ayatollah. What has happened now, though, is that these very same people, many of them from the same Green Movement, that are looking for democracy in Iran, have come out and they have praised President Trump for standing up to the Ayatollah. They have renewed strength and energy in trying to get democracy in their nation. And this is a great thing. Now, Iran, for its part, the government of Iran, the Ayatollah, has decided that the answer to this is shoot people. And they have the government, the police, have been reported to have shot protesters in Iran and Tehran and several of the cities to stop people from protesting, which is horrendous. President Trump, for his own part, has said to Iran, it's great that you're not attacking Americans, and you better not attack Americans, but also stop attacking your own people. So he is doing more than what we've seen from President Obama in the Green Movement by actually addressing the fact that there are Iranians who want democracy and not the global terror that is, and when I say global terror, supporters of global terror that Iran has done.
Can you imagine that? Because we can. And again, this is history. This is from January of 2020, before the world became highly distracted. So we know. And again, going back in time, 2015, what was the United States, when the United States was trying to put together the Iran nuclear deal, President Obama willfully ignored the moderate movement in Iran, those people who are looking for freedom, just like we have seen the Obama administration and the Biden administration completely ignore the people in Hong Kong that were asking for freedom. They were asking for democracy. They were trying to break away from the oppressive communist rule of China. And now we have President Obama failed. President Trump succeeded. He pushed back against Iran. He forced the Ayatollah to not be able to, he caused the Ayatollah and Iran to not be able to expand on the global terror that they wanted to increase. And he pushed back their ability to create ballistic missiles. This is a positive for the world, and it encouraged the Democrats, the moderates in Iran, to seek democracy. So that's a benefit. So in not having the Iran nuclear deal, we encouraged more Iranians to try and seek democracy. We diminished the ability of Iran to spread global terror, and we endangered the oppressive rule of the Iranian government because we weren't part of the Iran nuclear deal, and we weren't allowing them to tap into hundreds of billions of dollars that was being used to fund global terror and to kill women and children around the world. You would think that would be a good reason. We now have a historical basis. We saw what happened under the Obama administration with the deal. We saw what happened under President Trump without the deal. And we had the opportunity, but we knew that there were problems. There were people like Senator Dianne Feinstein that were working with Iran against the best interest of America, that they were actually advocating for Iran against the interests of global peace because it was political. But she wasn't the only one, and God help us, she wasn't the worst. Because we then found out on April 27th of 2021 from the, we read this in Politico and from the New York Times, we found out about this story, which you have not heard about since. More than just a controversy, there are claims of treason that has been done. And I want to be very clear. Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska has said, people are talking about treason, and I don't throw that word around a lot. Why would anyone claim that John Kerry, a former Secretary of State of the United States, a former member of Congress, why would they claim that he is a treasonous individual, that he has betrayed the national trust and security of the United States, and by that, also the rest of the world? Well, it's been revealed by the New York Times on Sunday that the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif said that John Kerry told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria, quote, at least 200 times, end quote. Zarif added that he was surprised that John Kerry would reveal that sensitive information to him, according to audio that the New York Times had in its possession. And this is a story that died almost immediately after it came out. We know for a fact that John Kerry, or rather we should say, it has been reported by the same Iranian foreign minister that was involved with the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration and helped to orchestrate the freeing of the release of assets of sanctions against Iran and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for Iran. The same foreign minister that said at the same time that Iran would create a nuclear weapon because Iran wants to destroy America and it wants to destroy Israel. The same foreign minister that then went to Senator Dianne Feinstein behind the backs of the American government and used her as their advocate to try and get the Trump administration to stick with the Iran nuclear deal that had benefited Iran alone and allowed them to increase the net global terror in the world, that same foreign minister now tells us that John Kerry was voluntarily reaching out to him to give him state secrets that affected our allies in the Middle East and affected the lives of untold numbers of people. That John Kerry was there promoting, and he was there doing this to help promote the creation of the Iran nuclear deal, to bring the deal back. This is in 2021 under the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, this is what we see. So the Democrats have gone back. They are returning to a deal, and they're trying to reignite a deal that has no benefit for the United States. That they have gone behind the backs of the United States to push this deal because it politically looks good, because appeasement sells really well in the newspapers, because it sounds like peace, but it isn't peace. Ask the British about this. Ask the people in the United Kingdom about how well appeasement actually works. But we have John Kerry committing acts of treason. We have Senator Feinstein acting in the best interest of a foreign government. Does this sound like General Miley as he calls up China to tell China whether or not the United States is going to be taking actions to aid and benefit the Chinese Communist government? Does it sound like the same thing? Because that's treason too. And this is all in the hope to be able to create an Iranian nuclear deal that doesn't protect anyone in the world. And the Iranians know it, and they know that the Biden administration is so weak. They know that the Biden administration is so desperate to get a win after the rout, the absolute embarrassment of losing to the Taliban in Afghanistan, in abandoning 450, if not several thousand Americans in the hands of the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, after the failure of the U.S. economy, after essentially the failure of everything that the Biden administration has done and the violation of every promise that they have made, they're desperate for some kind of a win. And nothing is a better win for progressives than to hear the words peace. And Iran is using that to their advantage because since the Obama administration turned their back on the Iranian people, since the Joe Biden administration is turning its back on the Iranian people, the hardline elements of Iran have taken over and have made it impossible for Iran to become a more moderate, less deadly nation. And in fact, we know, and he is a significant hardline militant in the Iran government. And he has taken the position that it is non-negotiable in terms of Iran's ballistic missile program, and that the United States is believed to be so weak that they are stating that the U.S. is obligated to lift all oppressive sanctions against Iran. Effectively, Iran wants no hand-holding. It wants the ability to increase its terror, the reach of its terror through missiles around the world, and they want that funded by the United States for the promise that they would not build nuclear weapons, although the Ayatollah Khomeini has consistently stated in 2015, 2016, and since that Iran will continue to make nuclear weapons, and that we have seen many times for decades where Iran has made promises to the United States and the UN and then has turned around and broken those promises.
No soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oh, here I am. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in New York, the Bronx, New York. It is January 11th, and it's currently 5:31 in the evening. I thank you. If you've not seen the beginning of the show, I hope you do get a chance to check that out. But we've been covering so much, and I think it's been very exciting. By the way, we've got about 56 people just on YouTube, another 40, 50 people on X. I think there's about 40, 50 people who are watching on Rumble. I'd love to see every channel get like 100 people watching all at once live. That's all, 300 people, X, Rumble, YouTube. Love to see 100 people or so on each of those, or maybe even 100 people on Facebook. Please do share this with everyone you can. Folks, we've been talking about a lot of issues that aren't necessarily on the headlines, but they are issues that are going to affect you, like with Hakeem Jeffries. He's recently said that he wants to run for president of the United States. And we just showed you that he doesn't even understand the need for rare earth metals for the future of America. But he wants to be the president. He thinks he can run in 2028 when he doesn't even understand the economics and the technology needs of this nation today in 2026. I think not. I don't even think he deserves to be in Congress if he doesn't understand something that this nation has been talking about for an entire year. But maybe that's me. Maybe it's me. I can live with that. We've also been talking about Iran. We've been talking about their riots, which are looking to perhaps finally topple the Ayatollah and the fanatical regime that has been funding global terrorism for the last 40, 45 years now. And this is in fact, I think, if we look at it, I think this comes from the pressure that has been put back onto Iran by the Trump administration, that his initial plan as the 45th president was correct to put economic pressure on, and the people will seek out a change from the tyrannical authoritarian government of Iran and try to find something better. And for those, and that we highlighted, in fact, that for those on the left who think that America is becoming an authoritarian government, compare Iran to America. Compare Venezuela to America. Those are real dictatorships. Those are real authoritarian governments. America is just not as left-leaning as the left would like. There's a massive difference between the two. There is no comparison. But we've been talking about all of those things. And at the end of the show, I see that we got a comment from Andrew, and Andrew had said that he thinks that the Ayatollah might flee Iran, that he thinks there's a good chance that by the end of the month, maybe by next month, the Ayatollah will run away from Iran. If it were like in Venezuela, if it were another country, if this were a political leader, a dictator who based his control based on military rule or on politics, I'd say you're probably right. But Iran is ruled in a theocracy. The Ayatollah says and believes that he speaks directly to God and that he is guided by God. This is the Ayatollah's point of view. And he is a religious fanatic. Now, because of that, because it isn't based on politics, it's not based on money, it is based on his religious belief, I don't think he's ever going to run away. I don't think the Ayatollah will ever allow himself to step down. And that's the problem with Iran. It's fanatical. And he is an authoritarian based on religion. He thinks he is right because God said so, because he speaks to God, kind of like Kathy Hochul. He speaks to God, and God put him in that position. So you will never see him willingly step away. I don't think that'll ever happen. I hope I am wrong. Andrew, I hope you're right. I hope he's really been just faking it and it's all about money and power for him. And maybe then he would step out of the leadership of Iran and take a different role or go to another nation. I don't think that's the case. I think he will continue to be the Ayatollah until the day he dies. Now, here's the thing. The Ayatollah is very old. If I recall correctly, he's in his 70s, almost his 80s. He is very old. He's not in great health. If the Ayatollah dies during the time that we see this turmoil going on, and I'm talking about from natural causes, if he were to just die, then I don't think that there would be another Ayatollah to take his place. Someone else would, kind of like with the Pope. Pope dies, there's a new Pope put in place. But if the Ayatollah dies, I think that this might be just the right time, the right political pressure, the right economic pressure on Iran, that the people would rise up and not allow another religious leader, that they would switch their government into another form, and that the theological rule that they're under right now would not take place. But I do not believe that if there is an Ayatollah in Iran, they will never give up. The Ayatollahs will fight until they die. That's my belief on that. Now, I could be wrong. I'd like to be wrong, but that's my answer to you, Andrew. I hope that answers your question. Dow also says, the Ayatollah has said that he has plans to flee to Moscow, but it is more likely that he will utilize loyalist forces to fight and hold power and burn the country down before he'd actually flee. I don't recall him saying that he would go to Moscow, but again, I do not believe a religious leader would flee, because if he is actually a believer, like he says and touts himself to be, and I don't doubt that he has his religious belief, that he believes he's speaking to God, I do not believe that person would step down from power. They will fight it out because they think they're right. I once knew a candidate who ran for Congress, and I literally had a conversation with him, and he literally told me to my face, he said, "But Mike, you don't understand. God told me to run." And you could not convince this man not to run. He couldn't speak in front of crowds. He has a fear of crowds, this man. This is going back about 20, 30 years ago. This guy who was running for, and I had done interviews with him, and I knew him. He was a horrible candidate, had no ideas on how to run, to be in Congress. He had no idea what he would do. But he believed firmly, absolutely, that God told him to run. And I had to remind him, God may have told you to run. God didn't say you'd win. And and God didn't tell you that you'd stay in the race all the way to the end. He thought I was wrong. And he thought that absolutely God was going to make sure that he would be in the race, he would win his primary, that he would win the race. That didn't happen. That individual lost his primary challenge, and he lost the race as an independent, in part because he couldn't speak to a crowd of more than 2 people. If he was talking to more than 2 people at once, he literally turned red, would sweat like a pig, and would stammer incomprehensibly. I'm not mentioning his name because I'm not trying to embarrass him, but that's just a fact. And that's just an example of people who have absolute belief will take actions, even though they know they're incapable, even though they are unqualified. They have religious belief, and that's all they need. And it doesn't matter about anything else that happens. Doesn't matter if they get embarrassed or not. They have the religious belief, so they will do it. And the Ayatollah is 10 times the kind of religious belief that the individual I'm talking about, who is in America and ran for a congressional race, the Ayatollah is way beyond that in terms of religious belief and power. I just don't see him stepping down. I just don't. But again, if you guys think I'm wrong, let me know. I'm happy to hear the voices, hear your voices, and hear what you have to say. You're all welcome to the chat, whether you're on Rumble or Facebook or YouTube, X, wherever you want to make your comments. I'm happy to hear your voices. And if you want to do a super chat, fantastic, even better, or a Rumble rant, whatever the equivalent. All right. So we left off talking about Iran, and I think we covered and caught up on that. Let me now take you to, and I hope everyone had a little time in the break. I got to walk my dog. It started to snow. What fun I had, I can tell you. I'm getting a cold now. Weather's been back, forth. It's crazy. You can probably hear it in my voice. I want to finish up with some of the overseas stuff. For those who thought, oh, see, but the United States doesn't really control Venezuela. Did you see the latest news? U.S. delegation arrives in Venezuela to explore restoration of ties. We own them. And they are capitulating. There isn't a fight going on. The remnants of the Maduro campaign, the socialists in Venezuela, no, their time is up. It's over. They're not getting into this fight. So now it's just a matter of running the country. And I think we will do a better job than what we have seen under Maduro and some of the other socialist leaders. By the way, also in the news with Venezuela, Maria Corina Machado, who is the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize winner. Donald Trump was denied. He created 8 peace deals and ended 8 conflicts around the world in 2025. And according to the Nobel Committee, that's not good enough. He had to end Ukraine as well. So he had to have 9 international conflicts resolved by Donald Trump under the Trump administration before they would consider giving him a Nobel Peace Prize. That's insane. Maria Corina Machado, she just stood up to Maduro, who is universally, 60 countries considered him to be a dictator. She got the Peace Prize instead. That was the Nobel Peace Committee trying to slap Donald Trump in the face. They just don't like him. TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. But it's interesting that she smacked back, and again, she has consistently said from the day she won the Nobel Peace Prize that she is trying to share it with Donald Trump, if not directly give the Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. And the Nobel Committee is fighting this. It's her Peace Prize. She won. You would think she would have the right to transfer it, to share it with someone if she wanted to. Someone that she considers, Maria Machado has said that if it were not for the Trump administration, she would have no power to transform Venezuela. She has said, in every action that the Trump administration has taken with Venezuela, that this is the best thing that could happen to Venezuela. This is the Nobel Peace Prize winner. And the Nobel Committee is fighting her about what she can do with her Nobel and not to give any recognition. They're fighting her and giving recognition to the person the Nobel Peace Prize winner says is instrumental and vital to the peace she was trying to bring. I just find it interesting. Yes, Gracie says the Nobel has become a joke over the years. Absolutely. From the moment that the Nobel Peace Committee gave Barack Obama a Nobel Peace Prize on his potential to create peace, they were a joke. They lost all legitimacy in that moment. He got a peace prize because he could potentially create more peace. And then the first thing that Obama started doing was dropping bombs on American citizens who had not been tried in Yemen, killing wedding celebrations, just killing all bunch of civilians and American citizens without a single crime being charged. Yeah, they lost all credibility then. And here we are a decade later. All right. That being said, and by the way, I'd love to hear what people think. Donald Trump has said that he wants to start going after the drug cartels themselves in Mexico and in other countries. I think this is a good thing. And maybe not for the reason most people think about it. Again, most people, the media is trying to paint it as, well, Trump's being an authoritarian. He's trying to be a colonizer. We're going to take over Mexico. That is evil. First of all, it's not evil. The best thing that could happen to Mexico is that the United States were to take it over. And then they would get money that would actually be worth something. The Mexican peso is worth nothing. It's not even really worth the paper it's printed on. And the country is completely corrupt. And the drug cartels control everything that's going on in Mexico. The leaders, all of them, many people have suggested, many investigations have suggested, that the current president of Mexico, Miss Sheinbaum, that she is completely corrupt and paid. She's a paid member or bought and paid for by the drug cartels in Mexico. If America were to take over Mexico, then they would lose, the drug cartels would lose a lot of their power. And the United States military, the United States police forces, the federal agencies would have extreme power to remove these drug cartels, to diminish the capabilities that they have. And they'd lose all of the illegal aliens traveling from Mexico into America. They'd lose that trade. Human trafficking would be reduced significantly. There's a lot of positives for Mexico and the world if America were to take over Mexico, but we're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. But, that's just a thought. Hey, Joel. Joe says, old Mexico, make it the 51st state. They say that about Canada too. It's not going to happen. But there are benefits for that. Don't just go by the left saying that's just evil, that's just authoritarian. There's more to the story. There's more to the benefits and the cons, the pros and cons of it, than just orange man bad. That's not an answer. Anyone who just goes orange man bad, that's not an answer. You don't understand the issue, and you're just parroting a useless line. There is far, far more involved in U.S. politics. And we have considered under many presidents, Democrat and Republican, on whether or not we should take over Mexico and make it another state, or if we should take over Canada in part or in whole. These are long-standing arguments. And just like with Greenland, there is a long-standing argument about that and discussion about it. It's not as cut and dry as orange man bad, Donald Trump is just evil. That's ignorant. That is ignorant. But I think that this is interesting. And I think part of the reason why Trump is saying that after Venezuela is it terrifies the cartels. It terrifies the negative influences in the world. It's not that Trump is actually planning to do that, but the fear that he could do it and that he has done it in the past, in recent past, he's actually gone and taken territory for the United States, means that he could do it again. And that reduces the amount of rogue actions. It reduces the amount of terrorism in the world. It reduces the amount of crime in the world. Drug cartels are less likely to be active as they were under the Biden-Harris administration. They're going to be a lot more tame. They're less likely to do human trafficking, or at least as much as they were doing. They're going to cut back on the amount of drugs that they walk into the United States. There's going to be less corruption in the United States because the Trump administration could wind up in the middle of the night dropping Delta forces on top of their compounds and taking them out. Biden wouldn't do that. Obama wouldn't do that. Trump would. And Trump has done that. And so this is more about instilling the fear and creating law and order through that strong stick. Trump carries a big stick and he's willing to use it, and they know it. So they could either calm down and reduce the amount of crime that they are committing in the United States or to the United States. They can either calm that down or they can be taken out. And they know that's a real threat. That is a real concern. So out of self-preservation, we may see several of these cartels pull back the amount of human trafficking, which is slavery by any other word, but slavery always means 1800s, 1860s America for some reason, according to the left. But real world slavery would be reduced. The amount of drugs coming into America would be reduced. The amount of illegal aliens already has been reduced and may even be reduced further, just as the drug companies are just appeasing the United States and getting some control over their people. So this could be very, very positive, depending on how it does it. The threat alone is a political weapon, and it is an effective political weapon, and that is a benefit to the American people. The left just doesn't want to explain this to you. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think when you hear it explained as a tool of diplomacy, it makes sense. And the strongest diplomacy is backed up by military force. That we can do this, and we have done it. So we have the political will to get it done. Don't make us do that. Calm down, stop the crime. Or at least reduce it to levels that we can accept, which are not the levels that they're at right now. Not saying that this is going to end all illegal drug dealers and drug gangs and cartels. It's not going to end all illegal immigration into the United States. I'm not a child. I don't think you're a child. No one is saying it's going to eliminate all crime 100%. But we can reduce it to a level that is manageable and acceptable. And yes, there is a manageable and acceptable level of crime. There is. And we just need to get to that. We haven't been there for the last 4 years, but we seem to be approaching it. And that's a good thing. Whether you like Donald Trump or not is immaterial to the effectiveness of what he is doing and what his policies are doing long term for the United States. If you think it's just, well, tomorrow there's not going to be any more crime, no, you're out of your mind. That's a fairy tale. But are we going to see cartels cut back their activity, their illegal crimes in America? Are we going to see them cut that back possibly by 50% or more? Yes. If nothing else, because self-preservation. They want to be alive. And the best way to be alive is to not be a target for the Trump administration, for America. That's something that Tren de Aragua has not figured out, but MS-13 sure as hell has. You notice MS-13 aren't doing any of the crazy things they were doing for the 4 years under the Biden administration. They've calmed down quick. Their leadership understands if they continue to try and act like they did under Biden, they will stand out and they will get their heads chopped off. So rather than do that, they're cutting back. Is that the perfect answer? Absolutely not. But it is an answer, and an answer is better than no answer. Now, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I misunderstand, please tell me why. If you think there's a better path, tell me what that is. Many politicians follow this channel. They won't come on publicly and let you know that they're watching this, but they do. And so, and to Hakeem Jeffrey's staff, how you doing? Yes, I was talking about you guys. Do chime in. They won't, but they are listening. So if you have a good idea, let us know. Put it in the chat. Let's see this, because we may get politicians who are listening to understand what's the tone of America, what's the tone in New York State. They will be paying attention to this. All right, let me go on. So I wanted to cover that. And so I'm going to get a little bit more into, oh my God. So everyone in my family telling me it's snowing. Yes, I know. I was just outside. I know, guys. I know it was snowing. I was just out with the dog. So stop sending me messages. Okay. I wanted to go into something a little bit different. And I think this is kind of funny. Not in a ha-ha kind of funny way, but I think it's just, humorous, politically humorous. Right now, Bernie Sanders is mad at Donald Trump. Of course. And so is AOC. But they're mad because Donald Trump is living up to a campaign promise that they wanted to take credit for. Did you know that right now, Donald Trump, as part of his campaign promise in 2024, was to reduce the amount of interest Americans pay on their credit cards? The average person out there watching this right now, you're paying about 21, 25% interest on your credit cards. Even though rates have dropped down, the credit card interest rates, which are normally somewhere around 18 to 20%, right now are at about 21%. It's pretty high. That has nothing to do with the Trump administration. That's the businesses themselves. They have the ability to charge that much, and so they are. This, of course, affects poor people more than it does wealthy people. Wealthier people get lower rates of interest because they can afford it, and they have more money, and they have more leverage, and they have more choices on which card they'll use for any given thing. So they have lower interest rates, and poor people who have less options and are over leveraged more, well, they're going to pay higher interest rates because they're less likely to pay off the credit card. That's fact. As an example, if you're making $30,000 a year and you have a credit card with $10,000 of interest on it, a $10,000 credit card that's maxed out, that's a third of all your income before taxes. You're not paying that credit card off, at least not in any 1 year, unless you win the lottery. You're not paying that off in 1 year. That money, you are very likely to go bankrupt and to go into arrears on that credit card rather than pay it off. And most people have 2 or 3 credit cards. And so they have, and many people have at least 1 credit card out of 3 that is maxed out. And this is one of the reasons why the average person in America has somewhere around $8,000 in credit card debt at this time. And it's hard to claw your way out of that, especially as the example, you make $30,000 a year, you have a $10,000 maxed out credit card, and your interest rate is 21%. You're going to have a hell of a time paying that off. You really, really are. And that's more true with younger people than older people. I don't have a credit card. I have none. I haven't had credit cards since I was about, 30. That was the last time I had a credit card. That's just the way I live. Now, the older people get, they're either living with the debt that they have or they're reducing the debt they have. Young people are the ones getting into more and more debt, whether it's because they're trying to pay off their college loans or just because they're paying for, instead of going to a grocery store, buying food and cooking, they're going and getting ready to eat meals. They're ordering from McDonald's or Wendy's or some fast food place to deliver food every day, and they're paying for it with their credit card, and they're going deeper into debt. They're buying big screen TVs and $1,000 video game consoles rather than paying off their bills. They are fiscally irresponsible. And with that interest rate at 21% or more, they're very unlikely to ever pay off those bills. Now, that's bad. What helps is to reduce the interest rate. It makes it more likely that you can pay off your debt. And if you can pay off your debt, you can qualify for better loans. So if you need a loan to get a mortgage, you're more likely to do that if you can reduce the debt that you have because the interest rate went down. It makes it more possible. I know a lot of people may already know this, but some people don't. And so I'm trying to explain this, especially for those who are younger who don't get it. And if you cut out, don't buy the new video game, don't buy the new big screen TV, don't buy the $500 pair of sneakers, don't keep buying food, having DoorDash drop off every meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, having it all being delivered. Go out, learn how to cook, go to a grocery store, get the food, make it yourself. You will save more money and you will be able to pay off your debt. And it isn't fun. It is not, but it is achievable. But like anything else in life, you have to put in the effort and work at it, and then you will get the reward for it. It's real simple. So Trump is saying, let's reduce the rate to 10%. Now, he suggested it for 1 year. Bernie Sanders and AOC, they're trying to push a bill that would reduce the maximum interest rate you would pay for 5 years until 2031. That's Senate Bill 381. I'll show you that in just 1 second. But Bernie Sanders is pissed off because Trump has just come out and said, no, I'm going to try and get it done. And I want it done either by Congress or by executive order. He wants to make sure that the rates are capped at 10%. It will save. This is an article from PBS. Again, this isn't some right-wing fantasy. This is from the left. And they're saying that Trump's idea will save $100 million for average Americans. For the poor in America, they will save somewhere around $100 million to $160 million. Where is that? Oh, excuse me. I stand corrected. It would be approximately $160 billion, not million, billion dollars that would be saved. So this is really a great deal for a lot of Americans. Democrats are hard pressed, though, because according to Democrats, Orange Man bad. They've been telling you, Orange Man bad. Donald Trump, if Donald Trump says something, it's a bad deal. And he's an evil, greedy billionaire, and he's just trying to make money for him and his family. But he's trying to reduce the amount of interest that you pay on your credit cards, which is what he promised to try and do in 2024 for the election. So he's living up to his campaign promise, and he's trying to reduce your debt, but he's a bad guy. I don't understand it. Basically, you're seeing right now, Democrats are saying he's bad because he didn't do it for 5 years. He's saying he's going to do it for 1 year. Okay, maybe. I don't think that makes him a bad guy. It makes it something that he's trying to get done because he can't get 5 years past. That's not something that's realistically going through Congress right now. They don't have the votes for it. And if you're thinking, well, Mike, what do you mean they don't have the votes for it? Let me show you. This is congress.gov, where you can go and check on all the bills when politicians tell you that they've done a great job and they've been doing wonderful and they're really powerful, like AOC. She has never gotten a single bill into law. Nothing she has ever proposed has ever been supported. Everything she's done is a complete failure. You can look up her record and you can see it for yourself. So this is Bernie Sanders. And in February last year, after the Trump administration, he jumped on the bandwagon and said, hey, I want to reduce the credit cards 10% until 2031. So I just want you to see that. He wants to drop the rates by 10% until 2031. Okay? Here's the important part. How many people are supporting this idea of 5 years? 5 years. 3 people. That's it. Josh Hawley, Senator Merkel, Jeff Merkel, and Kirsten Gillibrand. That's it. That's not Chuck Schumer. That's not Dick Durbin. It's not what's her name? Out of Duckworth. It's not Duckworth. It's none of the Democrats. Klobuchar. They're not behind this. We're the Democrats who are supporting this, saying, oh, no, we got to cut the interest rates. Donald Trump is saying it, and he has the power to sway many Republicans, but the Democrats, they don't care. You don't have to believe me. This is a bill that has been around for over a year. You can see that. This was introduced by Bernie Sanders in 2025, February of 2025. It's been nearly an entire year. In that entire year, two Democrats and 1 Republican have said this is an idea I can get behind. Democrats don't care. They're fighting this because it's Trump's idea. That's why. And Bernie Sanders is taking advantage of Trump trying to get this done and saying, no, it's my idea. So that when he runs for re-election, then he can say, well, this is my idea. Trump stole it from me. No, it was Trump's idea in 2024. This is the Trump campaign promise. And that is possible. 5 years is not possible. The Democrats will not support it. Republicans won't even bother. Why? Because anything the Republicans put forward, the Democrats are not going to support. We saw that with the shutdown. 15 times. 15 times. Republicans said, let's fund the government and we can have discussions about Obamacare and everything else afterwards. But let's get the government up. People are going to starve. Food stamps will be cut off. Open the government, give the people food stamps, and then we can have this conversation about Obamacare. 15 times in a row, Democrats said, no, let the people starve. Let the public starve. So if they were willing to do that for 45 days, and this bill has no support, the Democrats won't do it. And the Republicans won't follow up because there's no support from Democrats. And whatever the Republicans say, whatever they do, doesn't matter. Because Republicans said it, they're going to oppose it, and they don't care that it's not good for the American people. I know there are people who are on the left watching the show, and they're going to be mad. And they're like, you just don't understand, Mike, because that's what they always say. You just don't understand. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me, didn't this happen? Are you trying to tell me that Democrats have consistently, since Donald Trump became president, they have opposed everything that the Republicans have put out? Every issue, every bill, every proposal, every executive order, they have initially, at the least, opposed everything that they have put forward. They have complained and said it's not good enough, it's a bad idea, it doesn't work. They have opposed everything. Why would the Republicans try and push a bill that even Bernie Sanders says is a good idea if none of the other Democrats will vote for it? It's not worth doing. So you're not seeing any Republicans jump on because they know it's a dead bill. They need to have more Democrats involved. There have to be at least 5 to 10 Democrats that are saying yes for it to become a law, for this to get pushed through. And they know it's not happening. This is why you get screwed. This is why you're getting nothing. Okay? And when people are thinking about it, it's like, let me give you another example of why Republicans are letting this idea drop dead and why Trump is trying to do this by an executive order because he can't get it done by Congress. When we think about what's been happening recently, and I just had the example in my mind. No tax on tips. That's an idea that both Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump had. They both have agreed on that. That's something they wanted to push forward. Donald Trump made that real. You're not paying federal taxes on tips or on overtime. That is a fact. And almost every state, especially Republican states, have agreed to that same idea on the state level. So you won't pay taxes on tips or overtime on the state level. That means, and this is why many people are saying for 2026, the IRS taxes you pay, you've already been paying taxes on your tips in 2025. So you're going to get a huge, some people will get tens of thousands, $20,000 in a tax rebate, a tax refund, because you already paid those taxes. And Trump said, nope, they don't exist anymore. But in New York State, in California, in Illinois, they're fighting against it. Actually, correction, Kathy Hochul, before the new year, was like, nope, you got to pay all the taxes. Trump gave you a tax break. That's just not going to work. And you have to pay taxes in New York. And then everyone said, screw you, give me my money back. Give me my money. And so the backlash in an election year, Kathy Hochul was in an election year. So she said, no, I need to change my mind because I got to get reelected. So she said, yes, I'm going to cut taxes because she's just such a kind person. She wants to help you so much. That's why she started the conversation with, nope, not going to do it. She's an opportunist. She's looking for selfish gain. She wants to get reelected. Gavin Newsom is not up for reelection. So he doesn't care. And he's saying, no, in California, you have to pay tax on tips and overtime. Why? Because Trump made the idea. Because it's Trump's idea, not because he's trying to help anyone. This isn't helping anyone by taking your money. He's not going to give you back your money because he can't manage California and he doesn't trust you with your money. He's like Zoran Mamdani. Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, they are like Zoran Mamdani. They believe that bigger government is smarter than you. And more government means that they're going to spend your money better, especially if they're in charge. Gavin Newsom absolutely believes that if we have a really big government and he's in charge, that everything's going to be fine. As long as he's in charge, that he's the guy at the top, that he becomes the president, then it'll all work out. It's stupid. It makes no sense. He can't run California and they can't rebuild the Palisades, all those houses that burned down. He can't rebuild those houses even with federal money that has been given to him and millions of dollars of private donations that went through Act Blue, and a bunch of that money went to fund other Democrats. But even with that scam, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars went to Gavin Newsom and California, government of California, and they built one house. It's been a year. They built one house with tens, if hundreds of millions of dollars. They built one house. He is inefficient, ineffective. He is a horrendous leader for the state of California. He's a horrible Democrat, and he thinks he can be president. And the Democrats have no one better. They're only, what's their other choice? Hakeem Jeffries, the guy who doesn't even understand what's happening on international politics with Greenland. Someone who doesn't understand something that's been in the news for a year. And he's going to beat Gavin Newsom. They have no choice. They have no leadership. They have no idea what they're doing. And if there's anyone on the left like, Mike, you just don't understand, please tell me how I don't understand. I think I've explained it as clearly as I can. I've tried to make this as simple and as clear as I can for you. Bernie Sanders can't get it done. Democrats aren't supporting this idea because Donald Trump said in 2024, vote for me and I will do this. So Democrats don't want this to be done so they can say that Trump isn't doing what he promised. Trump's trying to do it anyway through executive order. And I don't like executive orders. I don't think there should be as many executive orders as there are under Trump or any other president, but he's not really getting any choice. Democrats are forcing him to get these things done that people voted for. The only way they're getting done is because he's doing executive orders. This is a problem, but it is the solution to the bigger problem of this is what the public needs. Cap the interest rates at 10%. Oh, Democrats won't do it because Trump gave the idea, which means people will probably vote Republican. That's a problem for Democrats. So they'd rather have you pay more money because they don't care about you. They care about power. That's sad, but it's true. And you can be as left as you want to be. That's still the truth. You may not like it. It may not make you feel good, but it's true. Let me go to some of the comments. Maybe I missed something. Let's see what some of the comments have to say about this. Let's see. I believe we're starting with Gracie, who says, I don't agree much with what Trump has done, but he has kept his promises. Yes, he has. Whether you like Trump or not, and it doesn't matter how you feel about him personally, as a person. You can hate Trump. I don't care. But as a president who made a promise on the campaign trail, he is living up to his promises. He hasn't done them all. He hasn't been perfect, but he is trying to get what he promised done. You may not like what he promised, but he is doing what he said he would do. If he got your vote, he is doing what he promised he would do. Can't fault him for that. Okay, Joel says, Kamala said her remarks making Biden look racist was campaign talk. What? Kamala said that her remarks making Biden look racist was campaign talk. She straight up to his face told him he was an absolute Jim Crow racist, which there's credible reason to believe that. Which means they believe campaign promises are just talk. It's okay to lie when you're campaigning. Yes, that is what it means. She reversed her position 100%. The moment they said, you want to be vice president, we need a black woman. And she said, sure. Came out and said, oh, yeah, all the racist things. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about that. Joe Biden's fine. Don't worry about Joe Biden's racism. That you ain't black unless you vote Democrat. Yeah, don't ignore the racism of Joe Biden. It's okay because Kamala Harris, a black woman, well, she's vice president, so it's all under the water. It's bridge over water. Yeah, it is sad. And it is another reason why they hate Trump, because he is living up to his promises. It makes all the Democrats look bad. They promise anything to get elected. And then, matter of fact, think about Zoran Mamdani. He promised everything. Socialism would fix everything. Now we see the reality. And the reality is he's he's got two departments of government that he created. One is to convert people, the American people in New York, into being socialists. And he has another one where we have his protecting tenants, the Department of Protecting Tenants, excuse me. And the lead director of that department is a woman who hates, she's a straight up white racist. She hates white people. She thinks that home ownership is racism. That's Cia Weaver, CEA Weaver. And it turns out that her mom is a homeowner. Her mom, who's a professor, owns a $1.4 million home in Nashville. But she doesn't want you to have a home. She doesn't want you to have a house. Her family has a house. That's okay. It's okay for her family to have a house that's worth $1.4 million. You don't get to buy a house. Home ownership is illegal and evil for you. And she has even said, Cia Weaver, this is Mamdani's pick to protect tenants on getting a government payroll. She has even said that, oh, by the way, it's not just white people who have to lose their homes and their home ownership. Black people have to lose it too. Yes, she did say that. That is the quote. That comes from Newsweek. That's been verified by the mainstream left-leaning news media. She has made these statements. And her response to it all is she cried. Her response was she cried and she ran away. She went back to her home. She locked herself in her house and cried. What a great leader. Okay, going on. Trump has had more empathy for the working poor than Clinton's or Obama's ever had. I agree. AOC is a waste of congressional seat, whatever your political leanings. AOC is an embarrassment. She's an embarrassment for everyone. I mean, there are bigger embarrassments. That's Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is just scum. She is. She is a caricature. She's a minstrel show. And for those who are black, you know what I mean when I say that. It's something that resonates within the black community, that if someone is a minstrel, you know that's bad. For those who are white or who don't know about that, check out the movie Bamboozled by Spike Lee. It'll give you a better idea of that, just so you understand. So let me move forward. Dal says, anyone else notice how obtuse authoritarians get when you argue nuance? AOC never gets anything passed. Yeah, well, neither did Thomas Massie. When you look at the legislation they both proposed, they're not the same. Well, I'm not saying that AOC is the same as Bernie Sanders, as Thomas Massie. Yeah, they don't get anything done. Thomas Massie at least isn't getting anything done because he's standing on principle. Thomas Massie is saying straight up and down, he's already told you he's going to vote against increasing the debt limit, the debt ceiling. He already said he's going to vote against that, always. He's run on it. He's actually voted like that, always. He doesn't want more intervention internationally. He's voted on that every single time. You know what you're getting with Thomas Massie. He has convictions, and he is strong in his belief system, in his ideology. And he gets reelected because he's an honest broker. AOC, you don't get any of that. AOC's playing politics. And that's the difference between the two. But the first clue is look at the bills that they put in. Thomas Massie, every bill that he has suggested, that he has introduced, is based on his principles, not because of IPAC or any other organization. These are his principles on what he thinks will improve America. Some of the bills he's put forth, I agree with. Some of them I think are stupid and Looney Tunes, but that's fine. But I respect that he is being consistent. AOC, you can't say that. She's not being consistent about her principles. She is selling out. She has already sold out to the Democratic Party, and she's trying to push an agenda, and the only thing she seems to care about is her personal power. And in that manner, she's just like Jasmine Crockett. She's just like Hakeem Jeffries. She's just like Gavin Newsom. They're not worried about hurting the public. They're worried about maintaining power. And that's the difference there. And when you look at the bills that they've suggested, you see it's about power. It's not about, does this help the public? That's the difference between the two. Joel says, without government, who would fund Somali daycare centers? Well, yeah, again, bad leadership, abusing the system. These are systems that Democrats created. Who created the system who okayed 5 years of hundreds of millions of dollars for daycares in Minnesota? Well, the Democrats did. This isn't a Republican problem. The Republicans didn't let this kind of abuse happen. Democrats did. In particular, Tim Walz, the guy that Democrats said was qualified to be vice president. I don't know how you can say he's qualified. He allowed billions, somewhere between $9 and $18 billion of fraud to happen. That's billions of dollars of your money coming out of your tax. These are federal tax money that is being wasted in Minnesota on the Somali daycare fraud. And Tim Walz knew about it and let it happen. And he was the best thing that the Democrats could put up for vice president. That says a lot about Democrats. It says a lot about their choices. It tells you that they don't care about people. He didn't want to, I can't say anything about the Somalis. That would be racism. No, it would be crime. It's your job to point out that these people committed crimes. It's not about the color of their skin. I don't care. If it were Russians that were doing it, call them out. If it were people from Laos, call them out. Mogadishu, Sri Lanka, India. I don't care who's committing the crime. And it's not racist to say they committed this crime for years. Punish them. But Democrats might say you're racist. Why? Did they commit the crime? Yes. Then I don't care. You can call it whatever you want. It's still criminal. The fact that Somalis are doing it doesn't really matter. Mary's with us. Hey, Mary. And she's on Facebook. Thank you. And Mary says, Sia Weaver, who works for the Mamdani administration, is insane. Yes, she is. She is a straight up racist. Actual racist. I don't call a lot of people racist. I really don't, because I think it's overused. And I think they've watered the term down massively. But there are some people like Kendi, Xavier Kendi, the guy who's with critical race theory. He's a racist, in my opinion. People like Sean King. He's a racist, in my opinion. And Sia Weaver is a racist. It's amazing. And they deserve that. They have earned that title, and they deserve it. Let's see. And Joel says, I don't blame the Somalis. It's the government that allowed this and funded it. Well, no, that's not true. I disagree. I don't blame all Somalis in America. I don't. And I understand why some families would say, oh, yeah, you're going to give me $5,000 for me to lie on this piece of paper and say my kids are going to this daycare, and I get $5,000 free every year. I get it. Why wouldn't they take the money? So I don't blame them, but I do blame the leadership who made the decision to defraud the American government, the American people, the state of Minnesota, and all the taxpayers, people who are trying to make it in life the right way. I do blame them 1,000%. They are at fault. I do blame the Democrats in Minnesota because they allowed this to happen. I do blame the Democratic National Committee because when they looked at Tim Walz and they vetted him for vice president, they knew this scandal was happening. They knew this fraud happened. and they let it go. They covered it up because they didn't care. That's who I blame. All right. With that said, I think we've covered a lot of ground on all of that. But I think we should talk about, oh God, I missed her name now. Renee Nicole Good. So let me bring this up. I know we've talked about it earlier. Hang on one second. Okay. It's time to talk about Renee Nicole Good, the Minnesota shooting, the Minneapolis ICE shooting. And I talked about this literally the day of, when the announcements came out, Kristi Noem making an announcement, President Trump making the announcement about it. And I did a 3-hour show last week, Saturday, about this, covering in detail the shooting in slow motion. And at that time, there were about 3 different videos that we could see of Renee, the car, the officer, and the shooting. And last week, Saturday, I went over in slow motion that shooting. Since that time, the left has been trying to consistently say, no, you don't understand. She was trying to drive away. That's still a crime. 2, the officer was in front of her. 3, she still endangered people's lives. She knew what she was doing. Now, one of the key things that I said at the time was perhaps there was an officer at Renee's door, driver's side door, telling her to get out. And I said, maybe that was distracting her. Maybe she didn't notice there was a police officer that she had turned the car and faced directly at an officer, and that he was in front of her and he had pulled his gun after she started moving forward. Maybe she didn't notice that right away. And I said, maybe she was panicking. But now we have additional video that the left, the cell phone video, which the left thinks, oh, that changes everything. No, it didn't. It didn't change anything. She still backed up the car, trying to escape from her crime, because she was committing crimes at that moment. She had already committed the crime. She was taunting officers and trying to intimidate them, trying to obstruct them from doing their legal job, which is mass deportation. She had already done that. She was now being told to exit her vehicle, a legal order. She was disobeying a legal order and she was driving recklessly. And she continued to drive recklessly and then was trying to escape the scene of a crime. And then she had reckless disregard in running over, whether she was intentional or not. And I truly believe, in looking at it now, she didn't care. I gave her the benefit of doubt a year ago when we didn't have a camera that could look at her. She knew. I said she might have been scared. She was distracted by the guy right outside her driver's side door. She was looking straight ahead. She saw the officer. She was looking forward, and she saw the officer, and she saw him with her camera, and she moved that car forward towards that officer. Then she turned the wheel. Then she turned to try and avoid him. She didn't care if the car hit him or not. She was trying to escape. She was trying to avoid being held accountable for her crimes. And then she got shot. Do I sound like some people say, Mike, you're not being sensitive. No, I'm not. She was completely culpable. Let me be very clear about Renee Nicole Good. And you can see my original video, 3 hours live, going through the video, which every video has only confirmed everything I said that Saturday, looking at the slow motion 3 seconds of video, slowed down. Every video since has only further confirmed everything I said then. Nothing has changed. She didn't care. She did endanger an officer's life. She was in complete control. The reason why Renee Nicole Good is dead today is because of Renee Nicole Good. The only person who had agency in that entire event was Renee Nicole Good. It was her decisions at every single step that led to her dying. And she had the ability at every step to prevent this from happening. The left doesn't like that because they don't want to be accountable for what they have been training people to do. They don't want to be responsible for the death of someone, a woman, a mom, that she didn't have to die. She died because of what they told her, that she'd be okay. You're a white woman. Cops won't shoot you. Yes, they will. You're on the right side of history. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. That's a lie. That's a lie. She's a criminal, and she's dead now. I'm not saying that it's good that she's dead. I'm not. I'm not suggesting that in any way, shape, or form. I would never have wished her to die. I am understanding the consequences of what she did. She wanted to go to Minneapolis, and she wanted to record video that would make her famous and would make ICE look bad and delay some of the actions of ICE. She was looking for all of that. She succeeded in all of her goals, but not in the way that she thought, not at the price she thought it would be. She thought she could just drive off and it'd be fine. Why? She's a young white woman. She's got nothing to worry about. No, that's stupid. Let me start off with something simple. The first thing about, and I'll look through the comments in just a moment, but let's talk about the first thing first. Renee Nicole Good lives in Kansas City. She drove to Minneapolis. Now, it's America. You can drive anywhere you want. You have the right to go anywhere that you want to go. Just understand that when you go to confront law enforcement doing their job, and your reason to go is to stop them from being able to do their job, you're going to commit a crime. You are in the wrong from the start. She could have stayed in Kansas City and protested. She could have wrote letters, met with her congressman, her senator, and told them to put pressure on the Trump administration to write a law and change the law. She could have done that, but she wanted to be involved. She wanted to personally persecute and punish ICE for not having the same ideas and the ideology that she had. So she made a choice, and she inserted herself into a situation that was already volatile, and she introduced risk to her life, limb, and self. She introduced herself to the opportunity of being injured. That was the first decision. She made a choice to take a risk, which potentially could be her life. That was her choice. She had the freedom to make that choice, and she did. No one coerced her. No one forced her, as far as I can see, as far as all the evidence is out there. She made a choice. She went from Kansas City, she went to Minneapolis. And now she has more risk of harm to herself personally than she ever had before. That was the first choice. By the way, let me introduce this, by the way. I just want to go over this because This is something that the media was talking about back in 2020. George Floyd, remember George Floyd? Because she wanted to have a George Floyd moment, which was instantly across the nation. Everyone would rally around it, except that's not really happening. Democrats are rallying, no one else is. And even most Democrats aren't rallying behind this. It's the progressives. It's the Antifa wing. The far left of the Democrats are the only ones that are protesting because they always protest. It doesn't matter. They would have protested if she went to jail. If she got arrested, they would have protested just the same as they're protesting right now because she's dead. It makes no difference to them. They don't care. They were going to protest no matter what. So, but under CNN, back in 2020, we're talking about the talk. That's what they called it then. The talk that black parents had with their kids, saying, this is what you do when you deal with a police officer, especially if that police officer is white. And that's not really true. Not in that way. But most of the time, parents will tell you, don't be stupid. That's the first thing. Don't be stupid. That means don't put yourself into a problem. So you don't commit a crime. That's the first thing. Second thing, don't put yourself in a situation where a crime can happen and you're involved. That's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple to understand. By the way, Renee Good didn't do that. She committed a crime and she put herself in a situation that would allow her, that would mandate and require her to commit crimes. So she's already broken two of the rules that CNN was trying to blast out there and trying to say that every white person, every cop is racist, which they're not. They told you already. Renee is old enough that she was old enough to know, to have seen this, to have understood. But maybe she thought, well, I'm white and I'm a Democrat, so this won't ever happen to me. Of course it will. These are life lessons. These are lessons that everyone should and do get. If you're a poor person living in the Bronx, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, I don't care where you come from, you know this, and your parents have told you this. Don't commit a crime. Don't put yourself somewhere where crimes are happening. Don't be stupid. And that's true. You go to any poor community, whether it's white, black, or otherwise, and I guarantee you, parents will tell their kids this same thing. It's not a black thing. It is a reality thing. And it is a reality, especially in poor communities where more crime happens than in the rich communities. You're going to see more low-end violent crime in poor communities. And the parents will tell their kids, okay, you're in this community. Here's the thing. Don't be stupid. Don't commit a crime. Don't put yourself in a place where crimes are happening. Why? Because now you're caught up in it and you may get killed either by the other people who are committing the crimes, whether it be a gang or illegal immigrants, or the cops. Someone may shoot you because you're on the scene of something stupid happening, something illegal happening. So don't put yourself there. This should be simple. Renee didn't. Okay. Renee actively committed a crime. She blocked the road. And I've heard a lot of people on the left who have said, oh, but she was letting cars drive by. Okay, she could let 1,000 cars drive past her. That has nothing to do with, is she blocking the road? The answer to that is yes. She was blocking the road. She was recklessly endangering drivers by blocking the road purposefully. It wasn't an accident. She did that on purpose. She had an intent. And the reason why, and I heard some people on the left say, well, why didn't ICE just drive around her? Because for the last 2 months, as I covered on Saturday last week, the left has a habit of ramming ICE vehicles on a regular basis. They ram into ICE vehicles. They box them in. They try to run people over. We've seen that in Alameda. We saw that in Brighton Park, that they are doing this. This is a new tactic of the left, and the ICE officers know it. So even if they try to drive around her, there's absolutely nothing that would prevent her from trying to T-bone their cars as they tried to drive around her. So they couldn't trust that. So they had to get out of the vehicle and had to get her. She wasn't moving. She refused. And we now have the video from the cell phone walking around, hearing that both Renee Good and her wife, girlfriend, whatever the hell she was, were both taunting the officers while they broke the law. So they were not afraid. They weren't afraid for their lives. They weren't afraid about the crime they had committed. They had no concern whatsoever. They thought that they could commit any crime they wanted and walk away because they're on the right side of history, which is a lie. Let me see. What else is on this list? And this is, stay away from bad places. Avoid confrontations with white men. Honestly, that's just avoid confrontation with someone who's going to hurt you. That could be a white man, a black man, an Asian man, a Hispanic man. That could be a woman of any color. Do not get into a confrontation with someone that you don't need to be in. Because that could be a member of MS-13, could be a member of Tren de Aragua, could be a member of the Russian mob, could be a member of the Italian mob, could be a member of the Jamaican mob. Yes, there is a Jamaican mob. Yes, they exist. Could be a bunch of groups. You don't know. And you're going to get into a confrontation with them over nothing, over stupid stuff. Now, of course, CNN's going to say, well, it's always white men. Most black violence, most black homicides are black on black crime. Has nothing to do with white people. Whether you're a police officer or just a regular civilian, whether you're a gang member or not, most black people are killed by black people. And when I say most, 85% on average on any given year, according to federal data, according to the FBI, the crime in the USA report that you can check anytime you want, 85% or more of black homicides are black on black crime. So, you gotta watch out for those white people. Why? Black people are the ones who are killing black people. White people are not your major threat. They're not the major problem. It's other black people. That's just the reality. Same thing for Hispanics. Same thing for white people. Just tends to be the same race tends to kill more of their own people than any other race. That's just the math. That's just the facts. That's the reality. So, yeah, CNN is playing the race card here, and they're trying to drum up racial tensions, but that's just the truth. But let's go with what is said by CNN. Avoid confrontations with white men. Did Renee Good avoid confrontations with white men, in particular police officers, in particular law enforcement? No, she actively went to antagonize and get into a confrontation with law enforcement and white people, white men. Well, that's kind of stupid. You're trying to get a reaction. You're trying to get a confrontation. You're trying to get into what turns out to be a physical event. There's going to be consequences for that. And I don't care which video you're looking at. These are before you ever get to the video, before she ever gets shot. She's already committed issues that we all know you shouldn't do. If you're trying to avoid violence, these are things you shouldn't be doing. If you want to avoid being shot, these are things that you should be doing. You shouldn't do this. She's actively trying to get herself hurt. Be respectful when you talk to white folks. Again, this is CNN trying to gin up the race card during the George Floyd riots. I got it. But it still applies to what happened with Renee Good. These are basic instructions that you should be told. And the answer is be respectful when you talk, full stop. Be respectful when you talk to the Russian mob. Be respectful when you talk to the Italian mob. Be respectful when you talk to the Jamaican mob. When you're talking to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, I don't care who the criminal group is or which criminal it is or which organization it is, legal organizations, whether it be the police or ICE, Border Patrol, or anyone else, be respectful. How about this? Just be respectful in general. You're talking to a person walking down the street. You have no idea who they are. Be respectful, and you will be respected back. No one is obligated to give you respect. That's not an obligation. And if you don't give respect, there's no reason anyone has to give you respect back. Well, I'm young. Who cares? I'm a woman. Who cares? Well, I'm white, black, Hispanic, Asian, trans, one of 2 million genders. Who cares? None of that matters. You didn't give respect, you won't get respect back. If someone is kind enough to show you respect and you don't reciprocate, you won't get any more respect shown to you. It is a matter of polite society and self-preservation. You don't know who the other person is. And she's not from Minneapolis. She's not from Minnesota. She doesn't know any of these people. She doesn't know the culture, the norms of that area. You give respect so you get it back. She doesn't know the background of these ICE agents. She didn't know that Ross, the man that she was literally aiming her vehicle at, that he had already been 6 months ago. He was dragged 300 feet, 100 yards. A guy just dragged him along with his car, wiggling the car back and forth, trying to throw him into the middle of the street, and dragged him. He's already been in that situation, being hit by a vehicle, being dragged by a vehicle, just like she was attempting to do. She didn't know that. Give respect. Here's the biggest one. Number one, don't resist the police or law enforcement. When they come up to you and they say, get out the car, get out the car. It's that simple. Get out the car. Don't antagonize them. Yes, sir. No, sir. Or ma'am. Get out the car. Work with them. Guess what? If you're pissed off and they are completely wrong and they're just being racist bastards, okay, that can happen. Doesn't happen as much as the media would like you to believe. It's not as common as the TV shows would like you to think it is. It's actually pretty rare. But assume that you get one of those 10% of officers that's just a racist slug. Okay, you got that. And he's abusing his power. Okay. And there is either your vehicle or the officer's vehicle, or on him is a body cam. There's a camera somewhere. And you have the right, and you can sue that person because they're being a racist bastard. Okay. Or they're being a sexist bastard. Okay. Sue the hell out of them. You can do that. And if the city won't allow you to do it, you can go to the state. And if the state won't respond, you can go to the federal government. And we have lots of organizations. And there are a ton of organizations in the government and in private sector that will be happy to sue the government for you on your behalf because the government did something wrong. Okay. So you get to live through that situation. Oh, he was being racist and that offended me. And you're alive. And you can file a police harassment or police abuse report, and you're alive. But you're antagonizing them. You're acting like you want to get into a fight with them. You make sudden herky-jerky moves, reaching into your pocket, reaching into your jacket. Suddenly, you're going to get shot. Every kid in a poor neighborhood knows that. Notice I didn't say every black kid. Every kid in a poor neighborhood, white, black, Hispanic, trans, gay, whatever the hell you are. You're young, you're in a community that's poor, there's a bunch of crime. You do not make herky-jerky sudden movements in front of police officers. You just don't do it. You don't use your vehicle to herky-jerky move around. You're going to get shot. Every poor kid in America knows this as a fact. Every poor kid's parents has told them, you're going to get shot. Don't do stupid. Don't. So we knew this. And if you didn't know it, in 2020, CNN told you. They gave you the racist version of it, but they told you. And every single video, every single angle you can think of the shooting for Renee Good, these things are true. She brought herself into a situation she didn't need to be in. She increased the amount of risk she's going to have. She antagonized the police, which increased the risk that she had. She didn't have to. She disobeyed the officers, which increased her risk. She didn't have to. She was committing crimes on purpose, specifically to piss off the police officers, which increases her risk. And she didn't have to. Then she tried to flee the scene of a crime, whether she was intending or not to hit the officer, doesn't matter, which is a crime, which is something she did not need to do, which increases the risk again. She's the one who's, notice, everything circles around Renee Nicole Good. If Renee Nicole Good changes one thing that she was doing, she lives. If she didn't go to Minneapolis, if she didn't block the road on purpose, if she didn't antagonize the officers, if she didn't try to escape the scene of her crimes, Nicole is alive. Renee will live. Nicole took action every time. She made the worst possible decision in every single situation. And she was told, well, you're a legal observer. She's not. So you're going to be safe. No one's going to arrest you. You're fine. You're not breaking the law. Yes, she was. First of all, she's not a legal observer. I've heard that a lot from a bunch of people on the left. That's a lie. She was actively breaking the law. You're not an observer. She is actively involved with what ICE is doing for their job. She wasn't observing them. She was interfering. She is not a legal observer, period, full stop. By the way, legal observer does not absolve you of anything. That is not a legal excuse. You cannot use that in a court of law. It doesn't exist. That's just a term being used by the left to try and justify the crowds that they have. They're using it to try and intimidate people who don't understand and to justify what they're doing. It's not a real term. I'm a legal observer. No, you're not. You're a citizen. Yes. You may have seen something. Sure. But that's not a legal definition. That's not a legal status. It's not going to save you from being thrown into jail. Don't believe me? Ask Matt Ryan, the former mayor of Binghamton, New York. Matt Ryan tried that legal observer crap, and he went to jail. He was arrested. Let me correct that. He was arrested because he committed crimes. As all, in my experience, all the legal observers always do. They commit crimes. They say, I'm a legal observer, and they hope that no one arrests them, even though they've broken the law, and they should be arrested. And in the case of Renee Nicole Good, she was not a legal observer. She was actively committing crimes. She's a criminal. Period. Full stop. Done. Does that mean that she should? Now, I've gone over that. Does that mean she should die? No. Nothing I have said means she should die. And I know there's a lot of comments in here. I know there's a bunch of comments. I'll get to it. I'm not saying that she should die. I'm not saying that I am saying it's justified that she got shot. Yes. It was a justifiable shoot. And I don't care which angle you want to use on the video All of the things I've just described are the reasons why she got shot. She made the decisions that led to her being shot. And anyone, you could be black, you could be white, you could be a man, you could be a woman, you can be a father, a mother, you could be childless, you can be gay, you can be straight. It doesn't really matter. Anyone doing what she did in that situation gets the result that she got. Period. Full stop. Done. This isn't racial. It's not sexual. It's not. I've even seen people say, well, this is about her being gay. How the hell did they know she was gay? They didn't know that. No one cared. But yes, anyone doing these stupid decisions that she made, that she was told were perfectly fine because she's a legal observer, and the left, who have a political agenda, the far left doesn't care if you die. They want you to die. Let's be honest. The far left political agenda is if you die, you become a martyr. They get to raise up money and they get to go out and protest. If you die, it's good for the far left. They don't care if you live. What was within about 2 hours of Renee Nicole Good dying, the left were already trying to blockade the street. They were already organizing protests. They were going to protest anyway. They already had a protest set up. All they had to do now is change the signs that they had. They had to print up new signs. They were going to protest anywhere. They didn't care that it was about Nicole. They were going to make it about anyone and anything as long as it let them protest, raise up money, and try and take power. They could care less. If anyone disagrees with me on any of these things, let me know. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. You're going to say, but Mike, if you look at the video, she was turning the wheel into an officer who had a gun pointing at her. She was looking dead in his face. We know this from the cell phone. You can pick any other video you want. What was she thinking at that moment? I don't know. Did she know there was an officer in front of her in her direct line of eyesight, that as she was moving that vehicle forward, that this guy pulled out a gun looking dead at her? And what she did is she kept driving forward. She didn't stop the vehicle. She didn't put up her hands. She kept driving. I don't care I don't care. Oh, she was turning the wheel after she was moving forward, after she was approaching the officer, after he pulled out his weapon, because she was moving forward to him. She was already a threat. She had already done everything wrong up to that second. And sadly, that cost her life. It is that simple. And the media is trying to figure out, but wait a minute, there's another angle. There's another angle. There's another angle. Don't you understand? We have so many different angles. You have to agree with us. You have to think that sympathy. She's a woman. She's a mom. Don't you have sympathy? She's a criminal. She put herself in this situation. She made every bad decision you could possibly make. She's culpable. It's her fault. That's it. And legally, that officer, he's not getting arrested. There's no reason in the universe why he should be arrested. None. Oh, Mike, but that's because you just think, back to blue, police make no mistakes. No, that's bullshit. That's a lie. Don't put those words in my mouth. Some officers are bad officers. Some officers break the law, and they should be held to the highest level of the law, and they should be punished at the highest level of the law. Yes, there are bad officers out there. Absolutely. And I don't take the side of every officer in every incident every time. That's just not true. But in this case, yeah, she was guilty. She did this to herself. She caused that incident. And that officer does not, in any legitimate court of law, he doesn't get arrested. The investigation ends and he is fine. It is a justified homicide. Period. Full stop. Oh, the left doesn't like it. I don't care if they like it. This isn't about feelings. This isn't about feelings. This is about the law. This is about actions and consequences. Period. Full stop. Done. It's about actions and consequences. And it's as simple as what we just saw on CNN from 2020. If you're acting a fool, you will get a fool's reward. Period. Full stop. Every poor kid in every poor crime environment knows this as a fact. It's very aggravating. Okay, let me go back in the comments. By the way, that's my response to, but we have another angle. We have another video. Absolutely meaningless. We didn't need another angle. There was only one other video that we needed, as I said last week, Saturday. And that answer was, if there's a webcam video that, webcam, body cam, that shows us what Renee is doing. That's all we needed. That's the only other video that we needed to see. And everything else is immaterial. So we know she could see him. We know she was looking dead at the officer as she moved the vehicle forward. And by the way, for those people who said, but the officer, he could have seen the wheels were being turned. No, you couldn't. Look at the cell phone. Again, cell phone was only other added information you needed to see. What could the officer see? In the cell phone, you can't see the wheels. You can't. The officer isn't looking down at the wheels. He's looking at her. What is she doing? She's driving forward. I had pulled out my gun. She's still moving forward. I'm shooting. That happened in the space of about 2 seconds. In the space of 2 seconds, he's looking at her. She's looking at him. She drives forward. He pulls out his gun. She keeps moving forward. He shoots. She starts turning the vehicle. Too late. Too late. That's what we saw. That's all you needed to see. It is that simple. Everything else is justification. Everything else is trying to justify and find a loophole and is about emotional manipulation. And people may not like that. It doesn't matter if you like it. This isn't about feelings. This is about facts. Okay, let me go forward. Okay. I'm trying to find out where I left off last time. Hang on. Former crap. Weaver. Okay. So, Joel starts off. And Joel says, so much misinformation has been created over Renee Good getting shot. That is true. And I've addressed some of those miscommunications and those misdirections. It is meant to try to get, by the way, on the right, the only big thing about the right that they have misstated, this isn't domestic terrorism. So for the right, they're wrong as well. This is not domestic terrorism. This is stupidity. This is ideology, leftist ideology, absolutely. This is criminal behavior, absolutely, but it's not domestic terrorism. That's not the case. No. So it's on left and right. So I agree with you there. I'm not insensitive. I hope the dog in the back seat was okay. Hey, I didn't even know there was a dog in there. But yeah, I hope the dog was perfectly fine. I hope so. I would never want to see an animal harmed like that. Dal says, even progressives are divided. I've seen progressives arguing that she can't be Georgina Floyd because she wasn't a black lesbian. What does that matter? What is it with the left? Their criteria is stupid. Well, you got to be a black lesbian, otherwise it doesn't count. This is stupid. That's stupid. If Renee Nicole Good made good choices and the officer, if she had stopped the vehicle and the officer who she turned the vehicle, say she reversed and she was trying to escape and she's now looking dead into the eyes of an officer right in front of her because she turned the vehicle into him because he was off on the side. She turned, he's dead on into the vehicle. If she at that moment stopped the vehicle, turned off the key, turned off the vehicle, stopped, and then he shot her, we'd be having an entirely different conversation. That officer would be guilty and he'd go to jail. Doesn't matter if he's white, if she's white, black, Hispanic, gay, straight, she's from Mars. I don't care. But that isn't what happened. That isn't what she did. The left, the mental gymnastics that the left will go through, they'll try and find a way to justify their ideology. And the consequences of their ideology is never ending. It's amazing to see. They are always trying to bend the rules of life in the universe itself to try and find a way to say, no, but I'm right. No, you're wrong. This may be the reason why this happened, why she's in a rental vehicle. Yeah, I get it. Mary says, not only did Renee put herself in a bad situation and create a horrible situation, but had zero consideration for her children that are now left without a mother. True. Absolutely true. Again, don't put yourself in a bad situation. Is this good for my kids? I'm going to go off and I'm going to go and get into a conflict with law enforcement in another state. How does that help your kids? How is that good for your kids? It makes no sense. It makes no sense when you think about it. Dow says, these protesters, they're not protesters. When you're actively committing crimes, you're actively destroying property, when you're actively doing violence of varying degrees, you are not a protester. That is no longer protected by the First Amendment. Renee Nicole Good was not protected by the First Amendment. She was actively breaking the law, purposefully breaking the law, and endangering people's lives. Drivers, herself, other officers. She was actively a threat. Therefore, she is not protected by the First Amendment. She is not a protester. She's not a legal observer. She's not a protester. She is an active participant in a crime. People don't like that. It's the truth. Let's go on. Dow says these protesters are taught that what they are doing is civil disobedience. It is not. What nobody tells you, the point of civil disobedience is to be arrested. This way, bad legislation can be argued in court. Well, that's true. Great example, Martin Luther King, constantly being arrested. Dr. Martin Luther King was constantly being arrested because he was civil disobedience. He's a pacifist. He wanted to be arrested, and he went into courtrooms and said, this is a bad law because it is a racist law. That's civil disobedience. You are going to be held accountable to the law as it exists at the time that you committed the crime, so that you can go into the courts and you could possibly go through the court system and then the appeal and then the Supreme Court to fight your case, to overturn and change that law, to remove that law. That's civil disobedience. Committing a crime and trying to run away from the scene of the crime, that is not civil disobedience. That is being a criminal. You are correct, Dow. Let's see. Dow says, we're finding out that she didn't have to consider her children. She had reportedly lost custody of all but one child because of her partner being an abuser. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry that her partner was an abuser. That's sad. Vinton said, Tom says, Judicial Watch considers this situation a real insurrection. It is. It is. Real form of insurrection. It is. Absolutely. Mary goes on to say, fighting ICE and the military or police is insurrection. It can be. It isn't always, but it can be. Fighting ICE, the military, or the police can be an insurrection. It can be a disobedience. It is probably criminal. But that doesn't mean it's not justified. So there is a difference there. So I wanted to catch up with the comments. And again, people may disagree with me. That's fantastic. Tell me why you disagree. I'm happy to hear it. But I wanted to make sure I got through that, because then we go to what happened in Portland. Oops, yeah. Because in Portland, and this has been misreported, in Portland, we see that 2 individuals were shot about 2 days after this whole event. We saw that they just got shot. 2 individuals in Portland. And they were in a vehicle and they tried to run over, not ICE, and it's been misreported, and people have misstated this online. There was another group of ICE officers being rogue agents. Not true. First of all, these were Border Patrol. Border Patrol agents were looking for members of Tren de Aragua. Otherwise, I think some people are calling it the TDA. TDA is Tren de Aragua. And they were looking for those individuals. They knew who they were looking for. And these 2 individuals in Portland were reportedly members of Tren de Aragua. And they were part of the human trafficking, the slavery part of Tren de Aragua. They were sex slavers. They were human slavers. That was the argument. That was the reason why Border Patrol was after them. Because these individuals, that's one of the crimes. Besides drugs, this specifically was about trying to find these people because they were trafficking in human slavery. Also called human trafficking because the left is very sensitive about the word slavery. I'm not. Slavery is slavery. Human trafficking is slavery. Call it what it is. Now, you could say, well, Mike, that doesn't mean they should be shot. They tried to run over an officer again. They ran from the scene of the crime. Again, we see this happening. And they were illegal aliens. But the citizenship doesn't matter. Notice in all the things I was saying about Renee Nicole Good, I never brought up, and she's a citizen. I never brought up she's an illegal alien. It doesn't matter. That's not part of the equation. And in what happened in Portland, it doesn't matter. See, according to WKATU Channel 2, this is ABC News, not Fox News, not right-wing news, the left. They reported U.S. border agent shoots, wounds 2 people in Portland. Notice they left out 2 gang members, 2 members of Tren de Aragua that were suspected of being human slavers. They didn't put that in. ABC News was trying to diminish this story, to minimize it. A lot of people never heard about this because they didn't know that this was specifically a border issue, an immigration shooting, because the left tried to make sure this story didn't go national, that it didn't get attention, because everyone's talking about Renee Nicole Good, and they're trying to argue that. And if people saw that, well, wait a minute, the same thing just happened in Portland. And in Portland, in that same scenario, what happened? The criminals were trying to run over law enforcement It's the same situation. Bad decisions made by people that resulted in getting shot. Now, the people in Portland were lucky. They didn't die, but they could have. How is it different than what Renee did? Well, Renee is an American citizen, and these two were illegal aliens and members of a cartel gang, and they're human traffickers. So what? That part isn't important. What did they do different? Renee was trying to escape, and she did hit an officer in her attempt to flee from her crimes. In Portland, they're criminals who rammed an officer and attempted to flee from their crimes. There is no difference. Being an illegal alien didn't change anything. Being part of a gang or a cartel didn't change anything. Being involved with human slavery didn't change anything. Being straight or gay didn't change anything. Having a different skin tone didn't change anything. But this is why you're not hearing about what happened in Portland. It's real simple. In Portland, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, I always say it's Border Patrol, agent shot and wounded 2 people in Portland. Homeland Security said the shooting was in self-defense when the driver of the vehicle had pulled him over, and he tried to run them over. This is according to ABC News. This isn't right-wing hype. DH said the passenger in the vehicle was from Venezuela and illegally in the United States and was believed to be affiliated with the gang Tren de Aragua for prostitution. DHS said a person had also been involved in the shooting in Portland. Now, on Friday morning, DHS identified husband and wife were shot. And they are Luis David Nico Mancada and Urlanis Betsabeth Zambro Corteras, whatever. Okay, those are just weird names to me. Got shot here, trying to run over members of law enforcement, ran away, got over here, called an ambulance because they were shot in the arm and in the chest. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. There's even more about this. Oregon politicians are mad at DHS, the Department of Homeland Security. They're mad at the Border Patrol. Illegal aliens of a cartel that is doing prostitution and human trafficking, sex trafficking, get caught, they evade arrest, and in that process, they try to run over officers, they get shot. And the politicians in Oregon are upset with the officers, not the criminals. Does that make sense to anyone? Because this is what we're seeing. This is the same thing we're seeing in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. Jacob Frey, Tim Walz, here in Oregon, the Oregon politicians, they're all angry at law enforcement. They're supporting criminals. They're supporting prostitution, sex slavery, human trafficking, drugs. This is what they are supporting. Does this make sense to anyone? 2 people were shot Thursday by Border Patrol agents in Portland. Local officials in Oregon have blasted the federal response, echoing sentiment from Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of Renee Good. Just as in Minneapolis, Mayor Jacob Frey called the Department of Homeland Security's defense on Wednesday shooting bull. So did Portland City Councilor Samir Kanal. You are hearing and you are going to see attempts to justify the unjustifiable. It's not unjustifiable. It's not even close to unjustifiable. To completely defend the indefensible from our government. If these illegal aliens weren't in America, if they were not allowed to enter America under the Biden-Harris Democratic system into a sanctuary state, which is Oregon, into sanctuary cities, there would be no threat. There would be no problem. If these criminals obeyed orders from the lawful orders of Border Patrol, would they have been deported? Yes. Would they be alive? Absolutely. Would anyone have been shot? No. But it's the fault of law enforcement enforcing existing law. Who are these Democrats representing? Who are they elected to represent? It doesn't make sense to me. I've heard a whole bunch of stupid stuff about this. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Where is it? Someone, I have a clip. Where is it? There's a clip, I believe, that I have on X. Bear with me a second as I try and find this here. Someone said something that I thought was incredibly asinine and stupid. And I just want to show it to you. Where is it? No, not that one. No. I thought I had commented. I did not. Okay, there was someone who was just absolutely stupid. And they said, in reference to the shooting, it's the officer's fault. It makes no sense. It makes no sense, folks. I don't understand these people. I really, really don't understand these people. It doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know how it makes sense to anyone. Here's another article on it. This is from the BBC. Pair shot by immigration agents in Portland had gang links. Yeah, that means they should have been obeying. By the way, this is behind a paywall, so I won't show it. But is there anyone? Now, people are telling me, but Mike, you didn't see the right angle of this. You don't understand. Has anything I said been wrong? Have I misunderstood any of the details, any of the actions? Well, he shouldn't have shot. Why not? He has a vehicle that is racing, engine revving straight at him. Why wouldn't he shoot? Oh, he has to be hit first. No, he doesn't. No one does. It's called self-defense. Well, but not. He didn't have to. He doesn't have self-defense until they get hit. That's a lie. Anyone tells you that is a liar. They're literally misrepresenting the law. That is a lie. The left is looking at these situations and they're trying to convince you. They are begging and pleading with you to agree with their emotional argument because their legal argument doesn't exist. Does not exist. They don't have a legal leg to stand on. They are guilty. They are wrong. Law enforcement in these two cases are correct. They did the right thing. We got a comment here, okay? And this is from Gal, who says, they say these things because they either don't really care to know or they are pushing a narrative because they're part of the struggle session. Yes. They're trying to say this to justify what they have done, what they want. What they want is power. They want control. They want you to obey. They don't want you to ask questions. And if you are emotionally manipulated, then you're not going to think about it. You're just going to, people are out right now. Think about this. There are people in Portland, there are people in Minneapolis right now that are out protesting. What are they protesting? Woman died. Okay. Yes, she did. Why did she die? No, but she died. Yes, but why did she die? No, don't talk about that. Don't think about that. Don't ask that question. Evil police, that's the answer. But that's not the answer. And that's not the situation. And that's not how the legal system works. It's terrifying when you think about it, folks, because imagine what these people will do if they get power. Imagine. Dal goes on to say, Tim Walz signed into state law that officers do not have to wait for impact before they have to fire. Essentially, as soon as the engine revs, he goes on to say, it's an unsafe situation and may employ self-defense to preserve the life of the officer and the public because it's a no-brainer. This is obvious stuff. But you have to see a different angle. You got to see, but you need an angle from a satellite looking straight down, and then it'll make sense. If we had a picture from underground, from under the vehicle, then you would understand that, law enforcement is evil. ICE is evil. Don't you understand, Mike? It's evil. They're not evil. It's just that simple. They're not evil. Trump isn't evil. ICE isn't evil. You may not like them. You may not like what they do. You don't even know who these people are. You don't know who Trump is. You know he's president. You know his policies. You may not like it. You don't know him as a man, as an individual. You don't know him. You've never met him. These ICE agents, you may not like them. Rather, you may not like what they stand for, what they do, mass deportations. You may not like that, but you don't know anything about any of these people. You don't know if they're good or bad people. I'm not saying they're good or bad people. I'm saying you don't know. And you're like, oh, they're evil. You don't know anything about them. All you know is they do a job that is lawful. How many times do we have to keep saying it's a lawful job? That is mass deportations of people who aren't supposed to be in America in the first damn place. That's not evil. It's aggravating to me, folks. It really is. It is so very, very aggravating. But I think I have clearly, now again, you can go to my video last week, Saturday, 3 hours of going over the slow motion. You can go and look at my video, my live stream last week, Sunday, where I spent an extra hour talking about it. And you can go, if you need to see another video on this, another angle, you can go across the internet and you'll see yet another angle on this shooting, and nothing changes from what I've already discussed. Nothing. It's not going to, doesn't matter how many more angles they find. It is not going to be more justified. The only reason why they keep looking for more angles is they're trying to find a way to make other leftists say, okay, now it's justified. It's okay. I believe that the officer didn't get hit, even though he did, because he went to the hospital. We know that for a fact. We have 3 different angles showing him getting hit. We know this for a fact. So there's nothing else to look at. You can show me 50 different angles. They all say the same thing because it's all the same moment. The result is always the same. Looking at it more than 3 different angles, 3 different times, now you're just trying to find an excuse. That's it. And if someone tells you, oh, but Mike, I have this one totally separate angle that shows you that, okay, now you're just justifying. You're just trying to justify Renee Good breaking the law and getting the consequences of her actions. I don't care. Let me move on, because I don't think there's really anything else to say about that. The shooting in, as we understand it, the shooting in Portland was justified. And the shooting in Portland was about the crime that we're trying to stop in all of America. The shooting in Minneapolis was justified. Done. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like ICE. You don't have to like the law. It's justified. It's just that simple. All right. Mamdani. Mamdani promised that the government's going to take over all the properties, and the government will become your new slumlord. And the bank, and I told you during the campaign, he's lying. Can't do it. All the things that he was promising that he was going to do as soon as he became mayor, and he was going to be able to just step on in, and he'll be able to change all the laws. No, not all lies, all lies. Does he get to take over all these private properties because of the government? No. No. But he's trying. But he just got shot down. Now, this is according to New York One, Spectrum News. Again, that's left-leaning. It's not right-leaning news. Mamdani fails to stop affordable housing sale that he opposed. He wanted the government to take it over. The government doesn't get to take it over. Zoran Mamdani, mayor, made a day one pledge to tenants in Brooklyn apartment building to help them and stop their landlord from selling off the bankrupt property to another real estate firm. He wanted to take it for the city. He doesn't have that right. He's just creating power for himself, and the judge said so. By the way, the property was in fact sold to another real estate developer. Now, you may not like that. That other real estate developer might be a slumlord too, but that's not the point. The mayor, government, doesn't have the right to do what Mamdani wants it to do. That's socialism, which isn't legal in America. It is not the law. He was trying to do something that was criminal. Pinnacle Group sold rent-regulated properties in an auction that Mayor Mamdani tried to stop. Pinnacle's tenants have long complained of shoddy conditions. The buyer, Summit Properties, paid $451 million for 5,000. It's 5,100 units. They say 5,200 in this story. Okay. The government doesn't get to do it. Mamdani is being shot down. He lied to you. He said he had the power to do anything that he wanted to because socialism. And he lied. He's wrong. He doesn't have the right to do that. He can't do what he said. Everything he promised you, as I told you, he was going to fail in everything that he promised, and he is. And we can see it right here. This is already happening. And I don't need to go through more of the story than that. But we also know that there were 2 shootings in New York, and Mamdani didn't address either one. He waited 12 hours before he spoke about the first shooting under him. And the thing is, it's about social workers. This is about social workers. So this was at 11 p.m. on Thursday. A Manhattan officers had to shoot a guy in a car who had an imitation gun. He had a fake gun. Would a social worker have made this situation better? No. Now, the good thing is a social worker wouldn't be able to shoot a guy with a fake gun. What if it was a real gun? They still wouldn't be able to shoot him. They'd just be able to talk to him. Doesn't mean he would actually listen. Doesn't mean that it changes anything. He's not there. Again, going back to the old rule, don't do something stupid. Why are you waving around a fake gun, especially at police officers who have real guns? Why would you do that? That is stupid. You played a stupid game. you got shot. It's pretty simple. Does that have to do with Renee Good? No, it's a universal rule. You don't wave around a fake gun at police officers, you get shot that way. It is stupid. You don't wave around a fake gun at gang members. You get shot that way. You don't walk around waving around a fake gun, or a real gun for that matter, walking down the street. You will get shot for that. Don't play stupid games. You won't win a stupid prize. It's pretty straightforward. So that's one story. But the other story, and I will have the links for this, is a guy, 62-year-old man. Okay. He's in the Methodist Hospital in Brooklyn, and he just tears the place apart, just tearing the place apart. And he goes out there and he's threatening to kill people who are standing in the hospital. He's got himself barricaded in a room. There's 2 people in the room. He cut his own hands. He cut himself, and he's spraying blood all over the place. He's got a weapon with a sharp edge, and he's threatening to kill everybody. He gets shot. Police talked to him, couldn't calm him down, tried to tase him, didn't work. So they shot him and killed him because the guy had a sharp object that he was using to cut himself, threatening to kill 2 other people. Already destroyed the room, didn't have a care in the world. Mamdani said, well, in that situation, I'd send in a social worker. This is what he said on the campaign trail, that officers wouldn't go to this scene. That's stupid. And so we see that Politico, the news media, they were looking to ask Mamdani, hey, this guy, here's the situation. Got this crazy guy threatening to kill people, willing to harm himself, has a weapon. You're going to send a social worker in there? Is that what you're really going to do? Is you're going to send in a social worker? He didn't respond. And this is why he didn't respond for over 12 hours, why he had no comment whatsoever. Because he didn't want to have to admit, yeah, you couldn't send a social worker in there. That would not have resolved anything. There would just be more people that would be hurt and killed. Until someone with a gun, an officer, actually showed up and actually shot the guy and put him down and stopped the threat. Mamdani knows what he said on the campaign trail was a lie. He knows it's not a solution. It doesn't make anyone safe. Now he's trying to avoid the public figuring it out within days of him taking power. This isn't taking months. It's not taking weeks. Within days, we are learning over and over again, Mamdani lied. Because he's a socialist who wanted power. And telling you the truth didn't matter. Telling you the truth, not even part of the equation. He was willing to lie to you so he could get power, so he could have more socialism, because he's the mayor, and that means he's protected. He's at the top, and life sucks for the rest of you. It's just annoying, folks. It really is. Oh, here's another one of those lies that people tell about Renee Good. I knew I had something else on this I wanted to show you guys. If they could do this to Renee Nicole Good, they could do this to you. By the way, she doesn't look like that. I love the way they always look for the best photo of these criminals and show it to you so they can get the most sympathy. So they've shown you pictures of when she was pregnant and when she's dressed up. She doesn't look like that at all. She looks like your normal blue-haired, radical leftist. That's what she actually looks like now. But they show you pictures of when she's pregnant and when she's innocent, and because it's a sympathy. It's playing on your emotions. You know what? Think about it. If they could do this to Renee Nicole Good, they could do this to you. Well, yes. If you antagonize the police, if you break the law on multiple levels, endanger the public and other drivers, taunt the police, try to escape from the scene of your crimes, and hit an officer, yes, you too will get shot. And you deserve it. And you should. Because you put yourself in a stupid situation. You did stupid things. You made the worst decision in every single opportunity. Yeah, you too will get shot. Now, the left here, they're trying to say, see, this is a lawless regime. This is lawful. And it's to be expected. But they want you. Oh, God, it's so much manipulation these days. It's just aggravating to me. Remember, you know who you didn't hear? You didn't hear about Mamdani with this. This is the left. They think they have so much power now in New York. And what did they do? In Queens, they go, a bunch of pro-Hamas lunatics are going down to Jewish schools and they are screaming that they support Hamas, a terrorist organization, to terrorize other people. Even AOC had to say, are you out of your mind? That is just wrong. That is terrorizing a group of people. This is evil. Even AOC had to admit that this was pretty basic, that it's anti-Semitic, it's disgusting, and these are all leftists. These are all leftists that are doing this. This isn't coming from the right. Almost nothing that's been criminal that I have shown you today, I think nothing has been something that the right has done. Not because I was looking for right or left-leaning crimes. It's just that the left is violent. By the way, also, John Fetterman agreed as well that this is menacing, intimidation. It is anti-Semitism. This is what the left does when they have power. This is what the far left does. This is what the socialists do when they have power. They target groups and they attack them. Whether it's ICE, whether it's Border Patrol, whether it's Jews, whether it's black people, they don't care. They just target groups and they attack them until they submit and they obey, and then they go to the next victim. I meant to say this a week ago. I didn't get to it. So real quick, we're coming up on the end of the show. Senator Mark Kelly is going to get demoted, and he deserved it. And he's like, well, this is all about free speech. No, it's not. This isn't a threat to anyone's free speech. It is a response to him, a former member of the military, an officer who has accountability. He said something that is ridiculous to members of the military. He tried to cause an insurrection. He tried to get officers to disobey a lawful order because of politics. And because of his mutiny, his call to mutiny, we're going to see Senator Mark Kelly is going to be demoted, and he's going to lose his pay, and he's going to lose his retirement, and he deserves it. It's just that simple. Consequences. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Hello, Mark Kelly. All right. Now, I know I probably pissed off a bunch of people about Renee Good. I probably pissed off a bunch of people about Portland. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not wrong, and I'm not going to apologize for it. Oh, but Mike, you don't understand. They're trained. They didn't follow their training. Yes, they did. You run at me. You try to rev your engine at me to try and approach me with your vehicle. I will shoot. That is deadly force. Absolutely every single time. And every officer is trained for that. And they should. Okay. By the way, I'm getting a cold, if you can't tell. I can feel it in my voice. The weather's been 50, then it's like 30, then it's 50, and then it's like 20. It's snowing, and then it's warm. I'm getting a cold. I can feel it in my throat. You may be able to hear it in my throat. So that being said, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm always interested in hearing from my audience. God knows, I've got a lot of comments. And by the way, again, I thank Dal, I thank Hal, I thank Mary, I thank Joel, I thank everybody who's been making comments today. User has been banned. I thank all of you guys. Whether you agree or disagree with me, that's okay. Shelly, everybody. And I know people like Hal who watch the program. I know a lot of people, my audience, you don't always agree with me, and that's okay. If I'm factually incorrect in the information I have provided, then tell me, and I will stand up and I will say to your face, I was wrong. If I have factually misrepresented something, if I misunderstood the law, I will stand up and say that to you, but I have not. That is not the case with this situation. With the things that we have covered today, these are things that the news media do not want you to talk about. They do not want you to think about it. They want you to feel an emotion and assume that your feelings are the law, and they are not. And case after case after case, that is dangerous. That is dangerous to you as an individual. It is dangerous to organizations, to communities, to the country. It is the easiest way to destroy our nation, is to make people confuse emotion and law, and to not consider the long-term impact of what is going on. Oh my God, Trump is going to take over Greenland. No, he's not. Or rather, I should say, I don't think he is. Because I said the same thing about Venezuela. I said he's not going to take over Venezuela. He did. Did it with Delta Force. Didn't take an entire army. But then again, taking over Greenland, it's 50,000 people. We don't need the army. You could put a platoon of Marines in there. They take over all of Greenland. But I don't believe he would take it over. And there's a reason why we need it. And if members, and I have to think, if Hakeem Jeffries, as I showed you, doesn't understand the value of the rare earth metals in Greenland, if he can't understand that, I realize that many Democrats, many left-leaning individuals, many people who don't follow the news, they don't get it. But I've tried to explain it as well as I could. This is about the future. 10 years into the future. Almost everybody in my audience will be alive in 10 years. I hope to God that all of you will be. And it's not a long time. We're talking about 2036. You should be alive. That's what this is about. That's what Greenland is all about. I don't know. We got a couple of comments here. So, Dow says, it was a tragic event in Renee Nicole Good's bad choices and the officer's reaction. Greater than that, though, the takeaway that is not talked about, the culpability of the power structure in these states that are actively subverting our laws and muddying the waters on jurisdictional authority. Yeah. So, in other words, one of the big problems is people like Mayor Jacob Frey, people like Governor Tim Walz, who are biased, and they are creating more of a problem. It's not like Tim Walz is an angel. He's got his own problems with his own scandals and his own cover-ups, and he's using this situation in Minneapolis, among many others, to try and cover up his own failures as governor, of his own corruption and the corruption of the state government. So I understand why Tim Walz is trying to make people talk about ICE as much as he is, because it means they're not talking about the Somali daycares and the bilking of up to $18 billion of taxpayer money, of him being a miserable governor, having failed his state and the country. So I get it. He wants to change the way people think about it, but it's all connected. It really is. Joel says, my New York representative is trying to pass the Melt ICE Act, which is to fight ICE officers and protect illegal aliens in New York. Who's your representative? Is it AOC? Jumaane Williams? Is it one of the progressive DSA members? That's your, could be even be Nadler, to say the truth, but it's stupid. Let's think about that for a second. So the Melt ICE Act says that the laws why are Democrats picking and choosing the laws? Why are they picking and choosing laws? Either if you think the law is wrong, go to Congress, write the corrected law, fix it. Don't pick on ICE agents. It's not their fault. The problem isn't the ICE agents. The problem is the law. If you don't believe in mass deportations, if you don't believe in deporting illegal aliens, then change the immigration law. Democrats aren't changing immigration law because they can't. This is something that really people need to think about. The problem isn't ICE. They're following existing law that says deport illegal aliens. You may not like the way they do that. That's their job. That's their training. They are lawful in doing that. Okay. And they may be happy doing it, which may piss off a bunch of people on the left. Who cares? But the root problem in this scenario, or the root issue in this conversation, is these are illegal aliens. They should not be in America. The law says they get deported. ICE is not the problem. The illegal aliens are the problem. That's the start. That's the start of the problem. People who illegally entered America are the problem. And we need to deal with that issue. And if we deal with that issue, everything else is easy to fix. Everything else is 1,000% easier to fix. Oh, Fahey, New York Senator Patty Fahey. Yeah, she's an idiot. She's an idiot. She has no idea what she's talking about. Dow says the entire thing is indicative of a greater corruption that really can only be rooted out by a changing culture and a force of will of the people to act as citizens. And yes, we really need people to understand the law and to be involved in politics and hold these politicians accountable. Absolutely. Got a question here. What have you heard about Kathy Hochul pushing medical assistance in dying, which is MAID, M-A-I-D, in New York? I've heard she's talked about this. This is basically what they have in Canada. That if you're about 30 days, you're diagnosed and it's been 30 days, you have a lethal condition. You're going to die. You've got like 4th-stage cancer. You're metastasizing. It's like pancreatic cancer, and you've been, it's in the 8th month. It normally kills you in a year, and you're at month 8 or something like that. It's assisted suicide. It's government assisted suicide. That's what it is. I personally don't agree with that. I understand why some people like someone who has pancreatic cancer, which is a horrific cancer. It kills people in like a year. Literally, in 12 months, it'll destroy your body and kill you. It's very painful, very, very painful. It's one of the worst cancers you could possibly have. And going through that horrendous situation, some people will say, no, I'd rather have assisted suicide. I get it. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in suicide. I don't believe in whether it's government assisted or not. And I think there's corruption in that. I mean, look at Canada as an example. They started off saying, well, we're going to help people who have chronic disease. They're dying. They're in pain. They want to end their lives. And that's what they said. What are they doing now? You're old. Do you want to die? That's what happens with these laws. We're only going to help the people who are in chronic conditions and only rare and extreme situations. And it turns into it's too expensive to keep you on health care. Do you want to die? Are you sure? Ask me again. We're going to ask you again next month. And we're going to ask you every month until the day you die, do you want the government to kill you? And they will abuse the system. And when you abuse the system and someone's life is on the line, that's permanent. That's a problem. Government should not have the incentive to kill you. And that's what things like MAID does. It gives the government an incentive to kill people. And I think that's horrific. I understand the intention is good. The intention is always good. The road to hell is always paved with good intentions, every time. And we've seen lots of laws out there. And the reason why the government funds daycares is because that's a good thing to do. And it always has corruption. The more government you have involved, the more corruption that happens. I do not agree in suicide, in government-assisted suicide. I do not agree with that. I just don't. I get it. I don't. Many of the laws ICE is being told were written, supported, and passed by Democrats. Yes. They never mention it because they only want enforcement at their discretion. Yeah, you can't have a nation where you pick and choose what law counts today. Did a black guy do it? Well, now it's not a crime. White guy did it. Well, it's a crime. It's not a crime when black people do it. It's a crime when white people do it. We're not sure if it's a crime if Hispanics do it. That's not a society. You can't do that. It doesn't work like that. We wrote the law because it is just, or at least close to justice. That's why we have the immigration laws and many of the laws that we have in this nation. And when we have cities and states that say, well, we're just not going to count it. What the hell do you mean you're just not going to do that? It's no longer a crime. Yes, it is. And if you don't agree that it is, great, then you're not part of our society. I absolutely agree with the idea that if you have a sanctuary city, it gets zero federal funding. If you have a sanctuary state, they get zero federal funding. And when I say zero federal funding, I mean food stamps, whether you want to call it SNAP or food stamps, cut. All government aid, cut. Nobody gets a single dime of federal money, period. Nothing. The government, anything that comes from the federal government gets stopped. That's food, that's water, electricity, money. Nothing goes to that state if they are a sanctuary state because they're breaking the law. And giving them anything after they have affirmatively said, like California, like New York, like Illinois, like Massachusetts, they have said they are sanctuary states. Oregon, Washington State, they have said they are sanctuary states. They will break the law of the country. And my answer to that is, and you get nothing. No electricity, no food, no federal funding, nothing. Every single federal building goes dark. You don't get prosecutors. You don't get attorney generals. Nothing. Everything shuts down. The federal government will give you zero of anything. No exceptions. No exceptions. You get nothing for that state. And I know the answer is, well, then we're not going to pay you any money. Vermont said, we're just not going to give you any tax money. Okay. Don't. You'll need the money because you're not getting any federal money for anything. Your people aren't going to get food stamps. They're not going to get Obamacare. They're not going to get anything. They're going to need every dime they get because your state's broke. And in about 5 seconds after the federal government shutting down everything, you can't afford anything anymore. Your people will start starving. So you want to enforce the law then? Great. Then we'll turn everything back on. And you get nothing, no backup. You don't get any back pay. You don't get any, you lose. As long as it's shut down, you lose everything. Whatever you would have had, you lost. And we pick up from where you actually say, no, we're not a sanctuary state. The law is the law. It's the only way. Otherwise, we don't have a society. If you can pick and choose what law is a law, then you don't have any laws. There are no laws, which means there's anarchy. And anarchy leads to hell on earth every time. I hope that answered that for you. Not everyone will agree with my answers. Okay, I can live with that. All right, folks, so we've been on for 5.5 hours. And it's Sunday. I know we all got to get ready for work in the morning. In fact, I got to go back to work tonight, believe it or not, even though I'm getting a cold, I think. I want you all to be well. You know what? Try and deal with this weather. It's up, it's down. I know a bunch of people have been getting the flu. Some people have been getting colds. Try and deal with it, folks. I know. I'm feeling it myself. Try and stay healthy, stay warm, stay dry, please. Please. I want you guys to be around. I want you to be healthy every time I see you. Tomorrow on Monday at 7 p.m., I will be on every Monday now. I've been, since the start of the new year, I've been with the opinion guy, Charles Guaria, and Joe Hanush. And I've been doing a panel discussion at 7 p.m. on Mondays. I will be on with them tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to having that conversation. It's very interesting because they're not Republicans. They're not on the right. They're kind of centrist, if not left-leaning a little bit, in my opinion. One's a libertarian. One's undeclared. So it's interesting. It's an interesting panel discussion. I hope you will find it to be interesting as well. We'll see what we're talking. I never know what we're going to talk about until the show starts, the panel discussion. So it'll be interesting and new for all of us. On Wednesday, Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday. On Wednesday, I will be doing an interview on a panel discussion at Lehman College. So I'm just getting the name for it. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. It's called Radically Conservative. I will be doing an interview with Radically Conservative on Wednesday. So I won't be doing my Wednesday live stream. I will be at Lehman College. If anyone sees me, come on down. I will be at Lehman College at about 6 o'clock. So about from 6 o'clock until about 8:30, I will be at Lehman College this Wednesday, taping a show with Radically Conservative with the host of Stephanie Ligio. And I look forward to, if anyone's going to be around, let me know. I'll be happy to have, a cup of coffee after I get done with the taping. We can hang out and talk. I'll be happy to do that. So Monday, I will be on the panel discussion, 7 p.m. Wednesday, I will be at Lehman College. I look forward to seeing all you guys very, very soon. I will have content throughout the week. I want you to be well. I'll talk to you again very soon. Thank you, everyone.
That sounds like a busy and exciting week. If you'd like, I can help you draft a social media